Yes.
All right. Well, welcome everybody to our December 13th, 2016 board meeting. We're going to call the meeting to order and stand for the pledge. And Brian back there, why don't you lead the pledge?
Sir. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board members, you have any announcements you want to make now?
I'd like to make one. I'd like to recognize and welcome Mr. Clyde Clapp to our board.
Thank you. I would join in that welcoming.
All right. You got your work cut out for you, but congratulations. So now we're going to move on to recognitions and acknowledgments. Starting with number one, we're going to turn it over to Mike Calaveras.
So item 1 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing local high school students for attending the American Legion's Boys and Girls State.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to go down in the foyer there and make presentations. If I could ask all my pupils to join me up here. I'll find it.
It's at the top second line.
Adina Gonzalez. He's not here. Are you present? Angel Alvarez. Emma Leisman. That's correct. Hi, Emma. How are you? Eduardo Lima. Speed school there. Hunter. I'll make sure Mom was ready. Ivan Ramos. Grayson Peel. McCall Pyle. Sarah Taronis. And Mike Pastava. Scott Steinkamp. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here and I'm very proud to present the proclamation regarding and recognizing these fine young men and women for attending the American Legion Boys and Girls State Program. I think you're missing one. Matthew Burns. Matthew Burns. Yeah, we just didn't notify you. If Matthew Burns is here, come on up. We'll have to make sure we get our certificates right, Matthew. I don't seem to have you one, but we'll get that for you.
Matthew, what school do you go to? Okay. I'll make sure you get it.
Sound okay? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, recognize these fine young men and women for the American Legion Boys and Girls State Program. Whereas the American Legion believes that there is no better way to assure the survival of our democratic society and state other than to train our young people in the ideals and objectives of the American government. And whereas the American Legion Boys and Girls State Program is among the most respected and selected educational programs of civics instruction for juniors in high school. And whereas during the week-long program, Calaveras County's young citizens learn how to city, county, and state governments run and their function by actually doing the job themselves. And whereas the Boys and Girls State Program focuses on participation and personal experience as a model state, complete with governing bodies and elected public officials, future public officials, designed to mirror the structure and operation of the state of California. And whereas the Boys and Girls State Program encourages participants to identify with democratic beliefs, organize campaigns, seek elective office, write legislation, debate judicial arguments, utilize parliamentary procedures, and become effective community leaders. And whereas for 78 years, after the first induction in 1937, the Boys and Girls State Program continues to demonstrate its excellence in teaching students the importance of our American way of life. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, hereby recognizes all these young men and women for attending the American Legion Boys and Girls State Program. I would like to have a motion, please.
Public comment?
Oh, we don't need a motion?
No, first public comment.
Public comment, I'm sorry, public comment. Now, I have a motion, please.
With honor, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Carries. Ladies and gentlemen, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, State of California, on this 13th day of December, 2016. Let's go through this again, fellas. Got it. Oh, they are good. Okay. I'm going to have you folks stand right up there. Ladies and gentlemen, these are our missing young men and women. You guys are playing golf, aren't you? We'll start this again. A dean. Is the dean here? Angel Alvarez, I'll come to you, sir. Eduardo? Hunter? We got three yet? And Ivan? And Grayson? Hi, Grayson. And McCall? And Sarai, right. And Michael. Wait a minute. Welcome. I want to make sure we get all these folks shaking hands with your voters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to present these boys and girls, these young men and women from the American Legion Boys and Girls. One more hand.
good. We're going to read from there to this next one.
The next one.
You got the next two.
So item 2 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing Brian Huckinen, Battalion Chief of Ebbets Pass Fire District, for 34 years of distinguished service.
You'll see the book back here. Yes. And I need your name.
Scout.
I'm sorry.
Scout.
What's your first name?
Scout. Boy Scouts. Scout.
Hi, again. This is
Scout.
Little Lena. That's okay. I don't know. She'll take it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and pride that I'm able to make this presentation. Basically because he's never passed by in my district, and I share a special relationship with all public safety, peace officers, and firemen, families, and nurses, and doctors. Once again, Board of Supervisors. Proclamation regarding recognizing Brian O'Connor. 34 years of service to the residents of Calaveras County as a member of the Ebbets Pass Fire District. Standing with Ryan is Chief Mike Johnson of Ebbets Pass Fire. Whereas the Board of Supervisors is pleased to honor and recognize members of the community that contribute to the well-being of their community, and whereas Ryan served the Ebbets Pass Fire District for 34 years in the capacity of firefighter, engineer, captain, and battalion chief. And whereas Brian Huckinen has not only performed the usual challenging duties as a battalion chief, but has gone above and beyond to ensure the staff under his supervision always have the necessary tools to meet the mission of the district. And whereas Battalion Chief Huckinen managed various components of the district, from vehicle and hybrid maintenance to the C platoon. And whereas Battalion Chief Huckinen intricate knowledge of the Highway 4 corridor has helped to ensure swift response to the many emergencies and life-threatening situations. And whereas Battalion Chief Huckinen experience, knowledge, assisted his fellow firefighters when faced with overwhelming challenges related to the Old Gulch Fire, the Darby Fire, and most recently the Butte Fire. And now, let it be resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognize Brian Huckinen for his dedication to the residents and visitors of the Highway 4 corridor during his 34 years of service and commend him on a remarkable career. I have public comment. Public comment? Chief Johnson, you want to say a couple of words?
Yeah, real quickly if I could.
You have all the time in the world, 1 to 2 minutes.
Brian Huckinen is a much too humble a man to, go on about his own praises of good work. But I can assure you, as being a fire chief and have had Brian work directly for me since I came here to Ebbets Pass Fire District, a true blessing to our community and the visitors that come to Ebbets Pass whenever Brian was serving in that public serving capacity. There were many times where he would spend 1, 2 a.m. in the morning out there making sure that the fleet was ready to go to make that next call for whenever we had a fleet maintenance issue, amongst all the other operational supervision leadership that he gave to all of us. So, Brian, once again, congratulations. What a great job. Thank you.
Just a quick note, I have had personal experience with Brian working as a deputy in this county. I don't know if we remember, or recall, several calls. He was go-to guy. Some of those calls ended up very tragically, but he maintained the control of the scene and took care of the things that had to be done. And for that, I thank you. Thank you.
Well, I'm very proud to serve the community. It's just now it's time to move on. My wife has sacrificed a lot of time for me to be as dedicated as I was to the Dallas Fire District. So now it's time to spend time with them. Merry Christmas to all.
So we'll probably have public comment first.
We did.
We did public comment? Okay.
Yeah, but we don't have a motion.
Oh, motion.
We do need a motion on that.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Item 3 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt proclamations recognizing Lieutenant Dwayne Lewis and Sergeant Richard Davis for their years of distinguished service as part of the California Highway Patrol.
Sergeant, you can bring up your new boss. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to present Lieutenant John Warren. He is your new commander of the San Andreas CHP office. Once again, part of the family. You never get rid of the good and bad. The family is sometimes. But I'm very proud to say that I'm a member of the law enforcement family one time. I'll always keep you members. This proclamation recognizes Richard B. Davis, 32 years of service as a member of the California Highway Patrol. Whereas the Board of Supervisors is pleased to honor and recognize members of the community that contribute to the well-being of their community. And whereas Richard Davis entered the California Highway Patrol Academy on October 29, 1984, and graduated on March 15 of 1985. And whereas Officer Davis served in various areas of California, including Central Los Angeles, South Sacramento, Santa Rosa, Sacramento, and San Andreas. And whereas Sergeant Davis was assigned to many divisions within the organization from road patrol, field training officer, impaired drivers task force member, you know what that is, guys, and officer safety instructor and drug recognition expert, to name a few. And whereas Officer Davis, Sergeant Davis, lists of accomplishments include field training officer, weapons and range instructor, drug recognition expert, project manager of the simulation study program, development of the Department of Current Advanced Officer Safety training programs, Valley Division Special Response Team, and lastly, the Senior Sergeant in charge of the logistics team. And now, be it resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognize Sergeant Richard B. Davis for his dedication to the residents and visitors of California during his 32 years of service and commend him on a remarkable career.
I found out just about a month ago that I was selected for the command, and in this last month I've worked with Lieutenant Lewis and Davis. I have to say I'm really impressed with the command they put together and a lot of the work they're doing. So congratulate him on a career. Retirement well deserved. So I look forward to working with San Andreas and Calaveras. So, thank you.
Sergeant.
Been here in the county about a short 7 years. Lieutenant, although he's not here today, was here about 4 or 5 years. Been a wonderful county. I've been around the state quite a bit. I've been in the frying pan quite a bit throughout my entire career. But come here and relax in your county has been really quite a good ending to a very long happy career. So again, I thank you for having this work today. Thank you. We have public comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Sergeant. Get golf club ready. And while we're here, I'd like to make a presentation in mentioning only because we're going to be able to present this to Lieutenant Lewis personally at another function that's going to happen. So, with that, the proclamation recognizing Dwayne Lewis, 29 years of service as a member of California Highway Patrol. Whereas the Board of Supervisors is pleased to honor and recognize members of the community that contribute to the well-being of their community. And whereas Dwayne Lewis entered the California Highway Patrol Academy in June 1987 and graduated on November 12 of 1987. And whereas Officer Lewis served in the various areas of California, including Santa Barbara, Indio, Los Banos, Napa, Woodland, Contra Costa, South Sacramento, and San Andreas. And whereas Officer Lewis, Lieutenant Lewis, was assigned to the many divisions within the organization, from training development, emergency notification tactical alert center, internal affairs, and the academy. And whereas Lieutenant Lewis' list of accomplishments include field training officer, motorcycle officer, I like that, commercial operators, narcotics enforcement team, instructor for various programs and topics, and lastly as a commander in San Andreas. And now be it resolved that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognize Lieutenant Dwayne Lewis for his dedication to the residents and visitors of California during his 29 years of service and commend him on a remarkable career. We have public comment.
You don't need a motion. No, it was part of the motion you already did.
Oh, you already did?
Yes.
Okay, we already have a motion.
I have to call it too. Sorry.
Lieutenant,
It's just the
Item 4 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing Supervisor Cliff Edson's term as the representative of District 1.
So I have the honor this morning to recognize Cliff Edson, who served in District 1. Cliff is not able to be here today due to health reasons, but we do want to take this opportunity to recognize his time served on the Board of Supervisors. This is a proclamation recognizing Cliff Edson's years of service and commitment to the residents of Calaveras County. Whereas Cliff Edson was elected to serve the residents of Calaveras County in 2012 as a representative of District 1, and whereas Cliff has been involved in many issues within his district and the county, serving on many boards such as CPPA, CCOG, and the Regional Council of Rural Counties, always addressing the concerns of his constituents to the best of his ability. And whereas Cliff worked hard to be easily accessible to his constituents, oftentimes fixing them breakfast or just providing a comfortable place to discuss any issues. And whereas his dedication during the Butte Fire was illustrated by his efforts to assist those affected by the disaster and help them navigate through the county, state, and federal processes. And whereas during board meetings, Cliff always started the meeting with a cheerful "good morning" and encouraged those present to respond as such. And whereas Cliff has shown himself to be a caring and thoughtful person who has dedicated much of his life ensuring that his community grew and prospered. Now be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognizes Cliff Edson for his commitment to the county and its residents during his term as county supervisor. Is there any public comment? I would just like to say, as a county supervisor serving with Cliff, that he truly is dedicated to bringing out the best of Calaveras County and striving for that. Oftentimes we had our disagreements, but bottom line, we always had a mutual respect for each other, our ideas and opinions.
Call for a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 13th day of December 2016.
Item 5 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing Supervisor Debbie Ponte's term as the representative of District 4.
All right, Debbie. Well, it's been 4 quick years. We came in together and we're going out together. So it's been a true honor. I think we did as best we could given the circumstances, and you did an amazing job. It really was an honor to sit on the board with you for the last 4 years. So I really appreciate that. So I'm lucky enough to read this great proclamation here. So, proclamation recognizing Debbie Ponte's years of service and commitment to the residents of Calaveras County. Whereas Debbie Ponte was elected to serve the residents of Calaveras County in 2012. That really was like 4 years ago. As a representative of District 4. And whereas Debbie has been involved in many issues within our district and county, serving on many boards such as Fish and Game Commission, the IHSS Advisory Committee, Central Sierra Child Support, Mountain Valley EMS, and CCAR, and is always the first to champion a cause, no matter how difficult the situation may be. And whereas Debbie's intricate knowledge of the issues affecting her district has helped many of her constituents, whether it be regarding road maintenance or cannabis cultivation. And whereas her unfaltering dedication during the Butte fire was illustrated by her tireless efforts to pitch in wherever needed, take action instead of talking, and perform the dirty or unsung task of continually proving her love of the community. And whereas when Debbie served as chair in 2014, she always epitomized grace and professionalism, ensuring that all were provided an opportunity to speak on the matters at hand. And whereas Debbie has always taken the time to support the residents of the county as a whole with great compassion and empathy, oftentimes sharing a hug or a tear, but most importantly, her heart. Now be proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognizes Debbie Ponte for her unwavering spirit and dedication during her term as county supervisor.
Sheriff DiBasilio, good morning, Board, Ms. Pawnee. Something a lot of people don't know, Ms. Pawnee and I had a private conversation here about a month ago, and I made a comment to her that she didn't care about her county. That's not the way it was meant. There was other factors involved, and I want to apologize to you, Ms. Pawnee, because I know that you absolutely care about this county.
I've been watching the Board of Supervisors for almost 10 years, and I would like to comment on the method in which you chaired this committee. 2 years ago, I saw fairness, I saw professionalism, I saw you step back and allow others to express themselves as they needed. I just want to tell you I appreciate the way that you handled your position, and we're going to miss you. Thanks, Debbie.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Moke Hill. and also Executive Director of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. When I started my work in the cannabis industry and advocating for it, really in the beginning what it was is it wasn't about industry at all. It was about people. It was about farmers being seen as citizens and as humans. And it was so hard because it was such an expenditure of political capital for anyone to talk to us. We couldn't get anyone to talk to us because it was such a risk. There was such criticism. There was so much blowback when someone did that. And the thing that I want to thank you for the most is having the guts to come out and see for yourself who we are and what we are and give us a chance to be seen as citizens. And it means so much, not just to me, but to our whole community. And on behalf of both myself and our community, I want to say thank you, and we'll never forget for that chance.
Marty Crane. So just in case you thought no one noticed, Debbie, I just wanted to say ditto to all of this, but also, there's so much I had in my head. I want you to know that from this viewpoint out here, it was clear to see that you were always prepared. You had always studied up. And I won't reiterate what everyone else said, but that's big. And so thank you so much, and thank you for your work with the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee. It takes diligence to stay the course and help fix things that need support. And one other thing that Supervisor Callaway said many years ago was that as a supervisor, we're here to make all the decisions, not just the easy ones. So thank you for that. Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
I just want to say a few words of thank you. Thank you certainly to the community who elected me back in 2012. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I appreciated working for you and with you. We didn't always agree to things. We weren't always to be favorable, perhaps, and what you needed or wanted, but certainly gave it my all to make it a better place. This job is not easy, as those who have served in the past and those who are serving now and into the future. But it is a lot easier when working with the county staff here. And there are many wonderful people within county government. And I thoroughly enjoy working with each and every department and department head, oftentimes not agreeing, trying to find solutions, compromise. And I have the utmost respect for the county staff and the county departments, and most importantly, our leader, Shirley. Without county administration and Megan as county council, provided a lot of guidance, a lot of resources, never ever said you should do this or do that. Always provided good information, always gave additional resources to go find out for yourself, and truly appreciate that. And we're going to miss Shirley as our county administrator. And I just want to thank you for your dedication to Calaveras County as well.
Item 6 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing Supervisor Chris Wright's term as the representative of District 2.
Now it's my turn. Chris and I, like you mentioned, started 4 years ago in 2012, and it's been a pleasure working with Chris. And again, oftentimes not always maybe agreeing, but again, a mutual respect that we have for each other and for the constituents we serve and for his work on the board. So this is a proclamation recognizing Chris Wright's years of service and commitment to the residents of Calaveras County. Whereas Chris Wright was elected to serve the residents of Calaveras County in 2012 as a representative of District 2. And whereas Chris has been involved in many issues within his district and the county, serving on many boards such as Children and Families First Committee, Mental Health Board, Mother-Lode Job Training, and the Tree Mortality Task Force, always addressing the concerns of his constituents to the best of his ability. And whereas Chris forms lasting relationships with the residents of his district, always looking out for their best interests. And whereas his unfaltering dedication during the Butte Fire was illustrated by his efforts to assist those affected by the disaster. And whereas during board meetings, Chris always listened to the comments of staff and the public and based his decisions on the facts presented. And now it be proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognizes Chris Wright for his steadfast dedication and positive outlook during his term as county supervisor. Are there any public comments?
Good morning. Terry Lane, First 5 Calaveras. And today I have our team here, Robin Davis, Joyce Peak, Amy Eves. And we'd like to say thank you, Supervisor Chris Wright, for all you've done to support children in Calaveras and for being part of our commission. You'll be sorely missed. It's been a pleasure to work with you. And we have 2 little items for you. One is this official document, and I will read it for you. Certificate of Appreciation presented to Supervisor Chris Wright in recognition of his contribution to the health and well-being of Calaveras County's youngest citizens through his role as Commissioner for the First 5 Calaveras Commission, January 2013 through December 2016. Thank you, Chris. And then we asked the staff and the commissioners from First 5 to think of words that describe Supervisor Wright. They're all good. They're all good, Chris. And I'm going to read what those words are. Chris: advocate, enjoyable, protector, inquiring, resourceful, personable, humorous, knowledgeable, community-minded, compassionate, champion, witty, open-minded, sharp, supportive, integrity, warm-hearted, and authentic. So thank you, Supervisor Wright, for what you've done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I'd like
You guys are great. First 5 does a wonderful job, and so hopefully the board member that replaces me will do even a better job working with you guys. Thank you.
I just can't let this go by. Chris, I just want to say that having been here and witnessed all these meetings and many others, I love that you were low-key under the radar, but when you needed to be a warrior for your people, you were there. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Also, Chris, I'd like to acknowledge the lack of opportunity you had to show leadership on this committee. I'm still burning from your inability to serve as chair, but I know that you would be as good as any of them and probably better than most. So thank you.
Hi, Chris. So I wanted to bring up something specific. During the Butte Fire, there was a lot of conflicting information flying around, and our community was kind of desperate for good information, and I called you, and I asked if you would help me get that information to our people. You answered the phone every time.
for 2 weeks in the middle of God knows how much craziness was going on for everyone. If nothing else, I want you to know that that made a difference. It helped us get services to people we need, helped them get out of the way of something that was coming, and it saved property and who knows what else. And that was you. Thank you very much.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
We have a move by Supervisor Calaveras, second by Supervisor Clapp. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 13th day of December 2016.
Item 7 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing Steve Kearney's 2 years as the supervisor representing District 5.
Thank you, Diane. So I'm here with honor and pleasure to be able to recognize Steve Kearney for his tenure on the Board of Supervisors. This is a proclamation recognizing Steve Kearney's years of service and commitment to the residents of Calaveras County. Steve Kearney was elected to serve the residents of Calaveras County in 2014 as a representative of District 5. And whereas Steve has been involved in many issues within his district and the county, serving on many boards, such as Area 12 Agency on Aging, the Debt Advisory Committee, Parkwood Advisory Committee, and the Solid Waste Task Force, always addressing the concerns of his constituents to the best of his ability. And whereas Steve attended the meetings of the Commission on Aging in an effort to assist them with reaching the senior population of this county. And whereas, although his district was not directly affected by the Butte Fire, he coordinated efforts to collect donations of items and water for distribution to those in need. And whereas Steve always greeted people in a friendly manner and openly admitted when he was not an expert on a certain matter. Now be it proclaimed that the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors recognizes Steve Kearney for his commitment to the county and its residents during the tenure as county supervisor. Any public comment?
I have a comment.
Yes.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I had the distinct honor and pleasure to serve as a member of this board with every single individual we are honoring here right now. And we faced in 2 short years what counties never even come close to facing. And it wasn't small things, it was one after another, ongoing, which will be ongoing for a long, long time. But these Board of Supervisor members, Supervisor Ponte, Supervisor Wright, Supervisor Kearney, and Supervisor Edson, was the hardest working Board of Supervisors I have ever seen. And I'm sure that I would have backup when people are experiencing what we had to go through. I want to personally thank them for their service. And I hope I can gain the experience and the wisdom to continue on and take the new board to where we have to be and beyond. But we can't forget what we did in the past. And that's because of these ladies and gentlemen. A hand for them, please.
Is there a motion? Did I hear a motion?
I did.
Second?
So moved.
There's been a motion made by Supervisor Olivera, second by Supervisor Wright. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 13th day of December 2016. Thank you.
Item 8 is from the Administrative Office for proclamation recognizing Shirley E. Ryan for 26 years of outstanding service to Calaveras County.
All right. Well, I think that noting that she has served for 26 years, I'm getting off a lot easier than Shirley here. But, this last 4 years has been really a pleasure to work with Shirley on all kinds of different issues. And the thing about it is, we agree on a lot of things, but some of them, especially when it comes to spending money, she's very tight. And I am not that way. So it's good for the betterment of the county, I think, that she was here instead of just having me there, because we probably would be broke by now. So she's done a real tremendous job, and it's really hard, when supervisors, not just me, but all supervisors, we want to help our constituents. We want to spend more money, and so for her being there to say, no, hold on, let's think about this. This is the budget. This is how much money we have. A voice of reason when it comes to budgetary matters is very vital in a county like this. So I thank you for keeping me in check. Yeah. Okay, so proclamation recognizing Shirley E. Ryan for her 26 years of outstanding service with Calaveras County. Whereas on March 5th, 1990, Shirley Ryan joined Calaveras County as an account clerk 2, working for the Social Welfare Department. And whereas it was evident early on that Shirley was not only gifted with numbers and possessed a keen accounting ability, but she was also a bona fide workaholic and with first-class integrity who remained unflinchingly dedicated to her job from beginning to end. And whereas on December 12, 1992, Shirley was appointed to the account clerk supervisor position for the Social Welfare Department. And whereas Shirley's fiscal talents were once again recognized when she was promoted to the position of fiscal supervisor for CalWorks on January 27, 2001. And whereas on May 16, 2003, Shirley continued her steady upward climb by being hired to the senior administrative analyst position with the county administrative office. And whereas on June 12, 2004, Shirley was promoted to the position of Principal Administrative Analyst within the Administrative Office, and 4 years later reclassified on April 26, 2008 to the position of Assistant County Administrative Office. And whereas Shirley Ryan, never afraid to call it as she sees it, that's true, was among the first in the county to recognize and declare the onset of recession in 2007, doing so publicly before even the U.S. President dared to utter the R word. Yep. And whereas many in the county who were grateful for the early warning are still to this day stuffing cash under their mattresses, awaiting for an official declaration that the recession has ended. And whereas on October 4th, 2014, Shirley was appointed by the Board of Supervisors as the interim county administrative officer, and then appointed by the board on January 24th, 2015, as the permanent county administrative officer for Calaveras County. And whereas for the 6 months of her tenure as CAO, Shirley ran the administrative office with a skeleton crew, not only partially staffed up with the Butte Fire Scrub, yet managed to guide the county through the enormous financial and administrative complexities of seeking state and federal aid, while guarding all possible resources to help the county. And whereas Shirley also refined and proposed the final budget hearings to a final, reducing what used to be a multi-day ordeal down to a single-day exercise. And whereas Shirley Ryan was a working CAO in every sense of the word, expecting no less of herself than she did of her staff, and never ceasing to work tirelessly on behalf of the county through thick and thin, no matter how difficult the circumstances. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes Shirley E. Ryan for 26 years of outstanding service to Calaveras County.
On behalf of the HR Department and County Council, we want to thank you. You have been a huge inspiration, and we are going to miss you.
I don't know if I'm going to do any better than Judy is getting this out. It's hard to believe that it was almost 27 years ago that I started here. Took a job as an account clerk, and it turned into one heck of a career. But it wouldn't have happened without the mentors I had, the opportunities that I was offered, the challenges that were given me. I have worked with wonderful people over the years. These last few years have been a real challenge, but because of staff, because the department has in your support, the support of the board, and the board giving me the opportunity to take on the CAO position. It's really been a remarkable, wonderful ride. Yes, the recession is overdue, don't worry about it. And there was a lot of thinking about that recession for people who don't work here. I did make that proclamation during a media budget report, and the Calaveras Enterprise was kind enough to put it in 2-inch letters above it. And I had just started with a new boss who was the CAO, and he left that newspaper on my desk the next morning and said, "Good going line, you see no hanging big punch, Calaveras coming into a recession." Fortunately, I have a sense of humor. I've learned a lot over the years from the people I've worked with, the CAOs that went before me, the boards that I've worked with. I really appreciate that. Debbie, even when you work with, I love your professionalism and character. You are really understanding what our board members' roles, responsibilities are, and you do it with grace and honor and integrity, and I appreciate that. Supervisor Calaveras, I appreciate working with you and your dedication to doing what's best for the county with law enforcement. I know that's your strong background and therefore your opportunity. Supervisor Clapp, I'm sorry, I won't have a chance to work with you except for maybe for a few days. Supervisor Wright, I really enjoyed our discussions in my office that often ended in some laughter and sometimes agreeing, sometimes not so much. But I also want to thank my family, especially my husband Tom, who has stood by me, put up with and supported me through all the hours I work, weekends, holidays, how to schedule vacations around budget time, and I really appreciate that support from home. So thank you all. I will miss most of you. Truly, the employees of this county are wonderful. You guys are supportive, and nobody could do this job to be successful at it by themselves. So without all that support, I would not have been successful. So thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve with honor.
I second with same honor.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Calaveras, State of California, this 13th day of December 2016. All right, we're going to take a 7-minute break now. Come back, 11. Okay. All right, now that we're done with the fun part, we'll move on to the next fun part, public comments. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agenda may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless determined to be an emergency of the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard. Okay, we're going to do 3 minutes. No public comment? All right, we'll move to the next agenda item. Oh, okay. Sorry, you were Dana blocking my view there.
Dana, do get a nice Rosemary Wilson, now living in Arnold. I thought long and hard before coming here and actually getting up to talk. The last time I was here, and Chris got it right this morning before the meeting had even started, but the last time I spoke, we had 3 minutes to speak, and after 2.5 minutes, the buzzer goes off, and Cliff Edson, as the chair of the meeting, asked me a question and essentially was asking me the relevance of what I was talking about relating to the point against which I was speaking. And completely threw me off of what I was going to say and didn't really give me enough time to finish off what I was going to say. And I find that action was really unacceptable, and unacceptable especially given the fact that I am on Social Security disability for Parkinsonian symptoms. Those symptoms can vary from person to person, and I don't necessarily show all the symptoms I suffer from every time. Chris has seen some at behavioral health, but they are not necessarily apparent when you look at me. So what I am going to be doing is to follow the rules under the Americans with Disabilities Act, to ask the board to enable me to speak at the meetings and to finish my thought, given every intention of speaking within the 3 minutes. But now, several years ago, public comment was 5 minutes, and I could speak easily within those 5 minutes.
25 seconds.
Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. But Chris also commented just how calm I appear to be when I am speaking. Well, I have looked at myself on the camera, on the video, and I have been amazed at how slow and deliberate and monotone and, yes, calm I am. And I'm getting more so. I will not get better with regard to that. So for those reasons, I will be contacting whomever I need to contact to enable me to participate under the Americans with Disabilities Act, and allow me to have adequate time to present my case. Thank you.
Good morning again. Marty Crane, District 5. So I came to a COG meeting, and that clock up there was bright, was on. And I was walking up in front of the building, and that's what I saw. What is that bright red light? I mean, it's like a beacon. And I came in, and I went, holy Toledo, what is that? And then I came, and they went, this isn't working. They unplugged it. Then I came to the planning commission meeting, and they had it on, and it had started well before the meeting, and it was just, the meeting was like an hour and a half over, and it said 2 hours and 45 minutes or something, and I thought, what is this? And so today it's turned off, thank you. But as a taxpayer, I'd like to know the purpose and what it cost me to have that, and my vote is to get rid of it. That's all I can say.
Alice Gallant, Taxpayer Association. I'd like to welcome the new board and express appreciation to the outgoing board members. It's been a really kind of a rough 4 years, and somebody said that there was more issues faced during this short period of time than maybe 20 years of a normal board. And I'm not saying that the board is not normal, but that it's quite impressive that the can-do attitude and the professionalism that's been expressed. There's a few things that the taxpayers appreciate with the board, but not just the board. There's the clerk of the Board of Supervisors has done just an incredible job, and she doesn't get recognition very often, but I think she ought to be included in because of her diligence. And also our county auditor controller, Rebecca Callan, she has stood up here and really went to bat for the taxpayers, and especially the commercial business community in the issue of garbage collection, where this was going to be forced on them to pay, even though the costs were not really always reflective of what it costs to do the garbage. And so because of her speaking up, and also Taxpayer Association speaking up, that was changed, and that's one of the bright things that happened in the county during this this last period of time. And also our county assessor has been really overloaded with work, but in spite of that, been able to keep up with it. And even though she received criticism a while back when property values went down, she was adjusting the rolls to reflect the lower property values. This did reduce income to the county, but instead of thanking her for her diligence, sometimes she was criticized because it seemed like she was stealing money from the from county government, but she wasn't. She was protecting the taxpayer.
15 seconds.
And now, I don't want to complain about the length of time I'm allowed to talk, but I'm so glad that I got my 30 seconds. Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs. And I, too, had the intent of coming up and talking about the limited time that for public comments. Over the years, I've watched the Board of Supervisors reduce their meetings from 4 a month, sometimes 5 a month, to sometimes 2 a month. At the same time, with no real reasoning, we've been limited to 3 minutes rather than 5. I would hope that in the future, unless you're projecting, 400 people coming before you, that you allow people to speak for their 5 minutes. And I'm speaking, of course, to the incoming supervisors, so that we can express how we feel, since our time is very limited. Oftentimes, when the 30 minutes is used up, we have to wait for the entire meeting to be able to speak at the end of the day. And if that's true, then we should certainly be allowed to spend 5 minutes for waiting 5 hours. Anyway, keep that in mind for next year's supervisor meetings, and the public wants to be heard, and oftentimes I think it's the most brilliant comments made are during public comments. So thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments. And I too, oh, thanks.
Alice Montgomery, I came up here to thank many of you for your hard work this past year. A lot of you put in a lot of hours, and not always do you get the recognition. I want to start with Barbara Sook and Sheriff DiBasilio. They are careful, they are consistent, they are constant. They do put in a lot of hours and do a lot of effort that people don't really know. And I'm really thankful for them, and I hope they're here for a lot of more years. That's not very good English, is it? Anyway, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors. All of you have put in a lot of hours, each and every one of you. Welcome to Clyde Clapp. I also am very excited about having Dennis Mills join us, and I think he's going to do an amazing job. I want to thank Dennis and Michael Oliveira for their hard work on the water situation. Water's the new gold. So I appreciate that. I appreciate Supervisor Oliveira for what he did with our tree mortality. He put in a lot of hours and organized a panel of experts to answer all of our questions at a town hall meeting when most of us were in the dark about why the trees were turning orange. So I appreciate that. I want to thank all the staff, all the work they've done. I enjoyed working with Diane this year, and I just want to thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. It would be my vote that that thing goes away too. But that will be the next board's concern. So now we're going to move the agenda around a little bit. We're going to move the consent agenda to the next item. And then we're going to move agenda item number 25 to after agenda item number 11, so it would be number 12.
Now I'm confused.
The number 25, this one, we're going to move
To number 12.
to number 12. Okay. Yeah, the numbers will be the same. They're just going to be heard in a different order according to county council's advice. Okay. So on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. You guys want a moment to review those?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair.
You guys good?
I'm good.
Any members of the public wish to remove an item? 31? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Look for a motion to approve the consent agenda minus number 31.
So moved.
Second. Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
And we're going to move number 31 to the end of the regular agenda, so it will be heard after 24. All right. Thank you for that. Now we're going to move on to agenda item number 9.
Item number 9 is from the Board of Supervisors to receive a report from the board chair, department heads, Cal OES, and FEMA update on Butte fire recovery.
Good morning, Brian Moss with the Administrative Office. Once again, in our once-a-month update for Butte Fire recovery, things continue to move forward. We're kind of starting to see Butte Fire recovery kind of wind down as tree mortality winds up. I know that Mr. Melknight is here to give you an update today, and so is Mr. Krovitz to probably talk about burned trees, an update on that, and anybody else that would like to give an update as to what their functions are is appreciated right now. Thank you.
Mel Knight, Interim EMA Administrator, and just an update on the Butte Fire structural burn debris. The last phase is the insurance cost recovery, which relates to trying to ensure there isn't duplication of benefit per agreements with FEMA and state OES as a condition of accepting their funding. One thing we're doing now, because of the holidays, while we have the Tetra Tech contract in place, we're looking to fine-tune and confirm all the obligations and process related to this activity. We'll be presenting an update, probably having activity beginning in earnest in the first part of next year.
Great. Thank you for that.
Right.
Thank you.
I just wanted to inform the board that I received a call late yesterday afternoon from RCRC. They have granted Calaveras County another $300,000 towards recovery, Butte Fire recovery. They have asked that we sign the agreement, so I will be bringing that to the board for the meeting of the 27th because they really hope to issue that check before the end of the calendar year. But Mary Pitter, who I spoke with, has forwarded the agreement to me, and I will get that on the agenda for the 27th.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, that's great news.
And that's good news.
I have a question. Is the money allocated for that 300 as it has been in the past in regards to infrastructure for sewer, et cetera?
I haven't looked at I did not have a chance to look at the agreement. I know there are some different provisions in this agreement than there were in the original one, where it just left it up to the county and there was no cap on how much money per victim. This one, I believe, has a $2,500 cap per victim. So I will be looking through that, and I will discuss with the board agenda item what the differences are between the original $150,000, which we've already expended, and the $300,000 that will be received.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director. Butte Fire Recovery, the majority of the action has been with the burn tree removal program. As the board is aware, or most of the board is aware, we've experienced a number of delays obtaining NEPA clearance, which is required due to the federal grant funding. The current delay is due to the State Historic Preservation Office having concerns with historic and cultural resources monitoring and mitigation during the tree removal process on both the public rights-of-way and the right of entry properties. Those are the private trees that have the potential to fall onto public roads. As a result, the board has passed a local state of emergency, being worried and concerned that because the trees have been dead and in the ground for more than a year, they're going to start falling. So we asked our arborists to go out and identify trees that were in exigent need of being removed, trees that were large and starting to lean. They identified about 14 of those. County forces took out about 4 of them. The other 10 to 12 require a higher order of professional services. So we advertised, bid, and awarded, haven't awarded yet, but we advertised, bid, and evaluated proposals for tree removal contractors, identifying that the contractor would be doing traffic control, dropping the trees, hauling the logs to Rock Creek where we could treat them, and then on-site treatment of brush and slash. We received 3 bids. We made a determination that 2 were qualified and 1 was not. One is Sierra Mountain, who was one of the bidders on the larger tree removal contract that did not receive an award, and the second one was the Cal Waste Sutton team. We will be pushing the contract up to the CAO's office for signature for the Sierra Mountain contract, and unfortunately, because we have existing contracts with Cal Waste and Sutton, over a certain amount, we have to bring that contract to the board, and that will allow us to go with on-call removal. With these two contracts, we'll have the capacity to take out, on a task order basis, up to about 100 trees immediately. We're hoping to have some resolution on our delays on the major tree removal program within 30 days so that we could start removing the 8,000 or so that we need to do. Any questions?
Chair, I have a question.
Please.
The recent storm activity in that burnt area, how did we do overall?
There were some small ones, small trees that came out. We have some areas of recurring stormwater debris. Many of those that we have treated in the last year. We had one up on Whiskey Slide that we've treated, and it seems to be stabilized now. We had a couple of areas on Mount Ranch Road. Spent some time replacing culverts and cleaning culverts. My drive yesterday and today showed that we've got it stabilized. We had to do some repairs on erosion sediment control and do some work off-site, but we did that. We still have an area of significant concern with Hoover. Hoover Road, west of the North Fork of the Casumas River, of the North Fork of the Calaveras River crossing, is being severely eroded. And we need to do emergency work to preserve the ability to maintain at least a one-lane road open as a through road. Otherwise, we are going to lose the ability of Hoover to be a through road from Jesus Maria.
And is sandbag supplies and such available still for folks?
Yes, they are, at the normal stations. Thank you for that question. Unfortunately, I learned not to discuss sandbagging and flood control together with burn.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other staff reports? Okay, I'll take public comment on this issue now.
Hi again, Rosemary Wilson. I just wanted to thank Jeff and the other department heads for the work that they've done in order to keep the roads open and what needed to happen after the Butte fire. I think there's still a lot to do. So let's not forget that it happened and there's work to be done as well, unfortunately, as the dead tree removal in other areas. But I do appreciate what they've accomplished this last year. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Al Sagala, Taxpayer Association. I appreciate the work the county's doing, and I wonder if it would be good, looking ahead, to assign a manager or coordinator or somebody in charge of a particular non-recurring item, like the bug tree problem, or maybe even fire recovery. If one person were responsible for that had the skills, especially the skills to understand the financial reporting requirements, that would more likely ensure that we get reimbursement from other levels of government that sometimes it's been brought into question because of the way we've been reporting. So if we had somebody in charge of the particular non-reoccurring item like the bug trees, perhaps we would have a more smooth working environment for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Any board comments?
I have a comment, and I'd like to, if not today, because I recognize some of the staff is not able to be present, but I'd like to hear on the next update in regards to the FEMA, where we are in regards to the housing of FEMA. I know it was an 18-month type arrangement, where we are with that, if we're still having people living in FEMA housing, and how that's moving along. And then I'd also like to hear from the building department in regards to permits issued in that particular area and the rebuild of homes and such.
We'll make sure that information is available.
Thank you.
Yeah, good points. Thank you.
Chair, I have a comment. In regards to the bark beetle tree mortality issue and the manager for that program, we actually have Mr. Mike Miller that's doing our grants with that under the direction and control of Brian Moss, our assistant CAO. At the time, I'll be providing some information as a result of his efforts and how that's benefited Calaveras County from our state task force meeting from yesterday. But to answer the issue, we do have that person in place. Hopefully we'll make that a permanent condition as the time progresses.
Okay. Move on to item 10.
Item 10 is from Public Works to authorize a grant of easement for landscape purposes to Stephen J. Arola and Elaine J. Arola along county property.
Jeff Kravitz, Public Works. This is a longer-term issue that we think is a solution to a problem that occurred as a result of the construction of the courthouse and the new jail facility. Adjacent landowners were complaining about impacts, visual impacts and noise impacts of the new facilities, and suggested that if they could plant some trees, it would soften the visual and hopefully diffuse some of the noises. So this board item is an easement for landscape purposes that would allow the adjacent property owner the ability to go on to county land across the fence. It's actually quite far away from the facilities, and plant a line of trees and maintain a line of trees that would mitigate the impacts of the new facility. So it's a long-term, hopefully, solution. The easement is a result of the request by the landowner. The landscaping, as proposed, will hopefully reduce all the impacts, the visual and noise impacts. The cost for the landscape and landscape maintenance will be by the landowner, and there are requirements for noticing the county when they go on. And this package provides for them to do that work. Any questions on it?
Mr. Chair, I have a comment on this particular item. I have personally experienced, when with the Sheriff's Department as a bailiff at the court, the issue addressed by the Arola family, and I would highly support this landscaping project. And I feel your pain, Mr. Arola, when it comes to sight and noise. And I once again would encourage our board members to vote favorably for this request.
Yeah, Steve Arola, District 1 landowner. Apologize for bringing this trivial issue to the board in light of so many other more important issues that the county is facing. Just want to point out that as a nearby property owner, that the constant drone of the air handler system, the constant emergency diesel generator that gets fired up, the garbage truck delivery at 6 a.m. in the morning, the prisoners' exercise yards and hearing them exercise 6, 7, 8, and 10 o'clock at night. So it's just a little disturbing when we're in a rural area. So I appreciate your support in this, and would ask that you pass this and give us that easement, the right to plant. It will be also benefiting the county. That way the county personnel, employees won't see me streaking to my hot tub. I want to talk to you about that. So I think it works two ways. Thank you.
Sorry, taking some care of some housekeeping business there. Public comment, please. No public comment? Any more board comment? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Chair.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Item 11 is from the Board of Supervisors to receive a presentation of the 2016 IHSS Advisory Committee report.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Grabowski. I'm the chairperson of the IHSS Advisory Committee for Calaveras County. I am also, my day job is as a disability advocate and an independent living specialist for an agency called DRAIL, and we provide services in the Mother Lode area, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa counties. I am a person with a disability myself. Most of the people who work at my agency are. I am hearing impaired, so I brought up an advisory committee member to help me here in case I'm having trouble if I get questions. So that's who I am. What I'm going to do today, I'm sensitive to the fact that you have a long agenda and you're short on time, so we're just going to zip right through this. We're going to do a brief review of the IHSS program. We're going to review the advisory committee activities. We're going to update the changes to the IHSS landscape, and we're going to ask you to take action on some items. So I apologize, I had a PowerPoint.
No action.
Future action.
No official vote. Let's say that. Does that clarify things? No?
No, we understand it's just a presentation of information.
Right. But what good is a presentation if I'm not recommending anything or asking you to do anything?
Yeah, she's just worried that we were going to be taking action when it wasn't agendized, so we're not taking any action on this agenda.
You are not taking any action. I'm asking you to consider doing some things. Okay. So the function, I apologize. I wanted to say I had a PowerPoint and I had some technical difficulties getting it up on the projector, so we're going to work from the paper copy. I do have copies for the public if you would like to follow along. The function of the IHSS Advisory Committee is to understand IHSS in Calaveras County, to report to the governing board, which is you, the Board of Supervisors, regarding IHSS in Calaveras County, to do outreach to the community regarding IHSS, and to advocate for the interests of IHSS. IHSS is a program. It's unique to California. Almost every state has a program where people can receive caregiving services, but California is unique in that the recipients, called consumers, can choose their caregiver. They are not required to take a caregiver that the state assigns them. So that's a double-edged sword in California because yes, you have the right. We're big on rights of people with disabilities where I work. You have the right to choose your own caregiver, but you also have that responsibility, and that's not always so easy to do. And I'll touch on that a little bit later. It uses Medicaid funding, state funding, and county funding, a little bit of county funding, to provide consumer-driven in-home care to those who meet the program criteria. Providers perform such tasks as meal preparation, bathing, oral hygiene, grooming, dressing, laundry, and routine cleaning. So they're very invasive sorts of services. You wouldn't want just anybody doing those things for you necessarily. In practice, IHSS caregivers are often the only lifeline for our most vulnerable population. Literally, Sometimes a caregiver is the difference between someone starving, someone and not, someone having food and not, someone getting to the doctor and not. So they're pretty important to the people that they're serving. For the numbers, in Calaveras County, as of October 2016, there are 389 people who are approved for services. 109 of them are in Copperopolis and San Andreas, 97 in Wallace and Valley Springs, 101 in Angels Camp and Arnold, and 85 in West Point Railroad Flat area. Those areas are broken down by social worker. So those are caseloads right there. The 85 in West Point and Railroad Flat, that went down, of course, after the Butte fire. That used to be a higher number. There are two types of providers in Calaveras County. There are registry providers and there are non-registry providers. Registry providers are pre-qualified by the public authority. We have 58 of those in Calaveras County, and we have 316 total providers. So you see right now that there's a difference between the number of approved cases, people who can receive services, and the number of providers. I did an analysis on the numbers. I didn't have numbers for every month, but typically there are between 40 and 70 people who don't have a caregiver and need one. People aren't approved for this program unless they really truly need those services. So we have a gap there. The non-registry providers are those who are found by the consumers. It's a family member, a friend, a person from church, whatever. So I did a little graph. You can see that in the yellow on the graph here, those are the number of paid cases, and you can see since 2013 and before, it goes up every year. It goes up month over month. The green is registry providers. So the public authority has a list of pre-qualified providers that people can choose from if they can't find anyone on their own. So you can see that hovers right around 50 to 70. We have 50 to 70 registry providers. And then the blue line, those are the number of matches that the registry is able to make for consumers. So that hovers between 2 and 7 a month. And you'll see there's a little uptick there in 2016. That's not because we have more providers. That's not because we have better qualified providers. That's because people are getting desperate. They're very, very desperate. I serve 4 counties, and people call me for problems with IHSS. They say, I can't find a provider. My provider is stealing my Oxy. My provider won't work for me unless I double their hours on their timesheet. For instance, they're approved for 10 and they only work 5, and I put 10 on the timesheet. So that kind of stuff is going on, and it's a very difficult position for a consumer to be in because that's their only shot at groceries, right? They don't have. I have a consumer. Literally, she's starving, and she's falling between the cracks, and there's no one to help her. So, my hearing aid is feeding back. So there are some serious problems, and for the people who, this is a small program compared to some of the programs that you deal with, but it's super important for the people who really need it. So some things to know about IHSS. Consumers are elderly, blind, or disabled. This program allows them to continue living independently in their own homes, which is less important than being placed in an institution. They're typically very low income. You get IHSS, you qualify automatically if you are on SSI, which is $889 right now or less. You might have a share of cost if you make between, I'm going to say, $1,800 and $900 a month. You pay part of that yourself. So they're very low income. They choose and manage their own providers. That's their responsibility. So on the one hand, if you don't have a provider, that's on you, right? We live in a free country where people are expected to take care of themselves. But on the other hand, maybe there's more things that we could do to make sure we have a good pool of providers to draw from. So in Calaveras County, IHSS providers are paid minimum wage, and many are a lifeline for their consumers. For the components of the IHSS system, the federal government provides a lot of the funding, comes down through the state, which adds some. There's the governing board, which the Board of Supervisors is the IHSS governing board. There's the public authority, who is the employer of record for these providers and is supposed to maintain the registry. There's IHSS in social services, which is CHHS. They provide the social workers. Those are the people who go out to assess whether someone qualifies for IHSS or not, and the advisory committee. As far as membership, last year I came here and I told you we were having difficulty keeping a full advisory committee, and this year I have the pleasure of telling you that we've had a full committee all year long. But that includes 6 current or former consumers, people who have used caregiving services, 1 current or former provider, and 4 members of the general public. Several of our members are not putting in new applications, so we are going to have openings at the beginning of this next year. So keep that in mind. That's one of the things that I'm going to ask you to consider. Our recent activities for the advisory committee, we are doing a semi-annual newsletter, which I believe you have a copy of, or you'll be getting a copy of it. We did a roles and responsibilities handout card. We are in the process of doing a consumer survey. We have marginally increased cooperation with the public authority, and we had a really good foundational meeting with Kristen Brinks, the new CHHS director. It was pretty productive. So pleased to report on those things. As far as the IHSS landscape, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of centralization going on in the state. So some functions that used to belong to the county in some counties are being centralized, and that is a process that may or may not continue. It's kind of a grand experiment right now. What things are going to look like in the future is kind of up in the air. As far as Calaveras County, there is an issue with our providers. We don't have enough of them. We need more. They're not paid very much to begin with. And their union representation, they don't have any direct representation in Calaveras County. The dues are being collected with great regularity, but there is no current contract, and there hasn't been one since 2011. So that's one thing, too, that probably needs some attention somewhere along the way. Likely changes as a result of the recent national election include cuts to safety net and entitlement programs. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we know that we have a new Congress, and we know that we have a new president, and we know that the Speaker of the House intends to really reform a lot of these programs. So if you think back to what I told you about this population that's being served, I would encourage you not to just accept the default, to try to do better for the people of Calaveras County. And there is a relationship between the quality of providers that we have and the number of providers that we have and how much we pay them. So if you flip over to the last page, maybe I used the wrong terminology, but these are the things that I would like, and the advisory committee would like you to consider. We'd like you to consider an increase of pay for providers and putting an emphasis on growing Calaveras County's provider registry. Our provider registry has not grown at all in the last 4 years. It goes up and down between 70 and 58 registered providers. So I would like you to let it be known that your expectation is that the committee, the public authority, and social services work together positively and productively with a free exchange of information. And please, 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 even if you're an outgoing supervisor, you're still a leader in the community. So please refer people that you know. Please refer your constituents to serve on the IHSS Advisory Committee. We're sort of unique in that the people who are supposed to be serving on this committee are vulnerable. They may be ill, they have disabilities, they don't even sometimes make enough money to come to a meeting without the stipend. And even with the stipend, it's iffy. They have to hire a cab or they have to find someone to drive them. So it's very difficult for them. So if you can find people who are interested, who are able, we really need help finding members. So those are my requests, and that's my report. And I can answer questions if you would like.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Do you have any comments?
I have a comment. I'd like to say that it's been a pleasure serving on the IHSS committee for the last 2 years. It's a very dedicated group of people who are trying to do the best they can for our senior population, our disabled population for Calaveras County. And I wish there was a larger pool of money to be able to do all the wonderful things that this committee would like to see. And Jennifer, will you take a moment to introduce the advisory committee members that are present?
Certainly. Would you stand up? Advisory committee members? We have Bonnie Nguyen and Marty Crane and Vicki Miller.
Thank you for your service.
I'd just like to add a few numbers to the material that we've received. This program provides $5 million of services to Calaveras County. $5 million for approximately 400 people that need the services. Calaveras County contributes approximately 15% of that, so that would be about $750,000 at Calaveras just for the services, not for the social workers or anyone else. Also like to tell you that this program has almost doubled in the past 10 years. About 12 years ago, there was about 200 people on this program. Now there's almost 400 people on this program. Something else for you to consider also is, although we have 400 employees, they do not receive vacation time, sick leave, and the majority of them have no health benefits at all. 2 years ago, the workers received $2 an hour above the minimum wage, but because of inactivity by our union representatives, we are now union wage workers once again. We will look and anticipate for a wage increase next month when the minimum wage goes up. Otherwise, we're at the bottom of the barrel as far as employees are concerned, and looking to improve the status so that we can provide quality care for our consumers.
Marty Crane again. I just wanted to add to that for those that are not immediately involved with caregiving or haven't in some way in the past been involved, it is the most difficult job, not just physically. We think of jobs that are physically difficult as being where you're out digging the ditch or hauling this or hauling it. But you are physically moving people. And so not only physically, but emotionally, spiritually, and financially difficult. It is a challenge like no other. And I just wanted to say, for those who serve with us as a member of this committee, we need your voices. We need the voices of the consumers and the providers and the public at large. But in order to hear those voices of the consumers, like Jennifer was saying, it's difficult for them to get there. So many times, serving on that board, we recognize that that person needs to be at the table. If they can all travel, we will go pick them up and bring them. And if that's not possible because of whatever's happening in their life at the moment, we will tell them what's on the agenda, deliver them an agenda, have a chat with them, see what words they need us to bring to the committee, and then follow up with that after the meeting to see, whatever we have to do to keep them engaged and hear their voices, because after all, this is all about the consumers. So, thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you, Jen. And Debbie.
Any other board comments or questions? Any public comments?
Hello, my name is Raymond Smith. I live in Valley Springs. I was a caregiver and medication technician for over 4 years with Atria Senior Living in Walnut Creek as well as Stockton. And I just want to implore you to find the resources for this program, because it is absolutely important to the people, not only to the people who need these resources, but to the caregivers who provide these resources. I understand that you're going to have the sheriff ask for further resources for his department and what they do, and I absolutely know how important that is. And I understand your important job of weighing, the resources, especially with Shirley's job as the administrator. I just want you to know that it is, these are very, I would say, I'm trying to think of the word, she used it just a little while ago, but, these folks have problems of their own. And they go and they support, they're the hands and the feet, and not only, but sometimes they raise the spirits of the people that they care for. Just the smallest thing can mean the world for someone. And they provide that. Not only the small things, but the big things. And these people deserve a little bit more than what they're getting. And I think if we do that, then there'll be a lot more of them. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we're going to skip to item 25, which is from the Planning Department, to receive a status report on the cannabis cultivation urgency ordinance and discussion of the implications of Proposition 64.
I'm not allowed to, if you want me to. If you need me to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Peter Maurer for the Planning Department. I just have a few quick slides here that provide some information as to where we're at with the urgency ordinance and processing the applications. There are other departments involved in this. I do know that the Sheriff's Office has indicated that Sheriff would like to provide some oral comments, and maybe other departments as well. So I'm going to go through my slides and just to go through some quick numbers for you. So far, as far as personal cultivation, we had 130 so far, and if you recall, people are able to apply for registration for personal cultivation beyond the June 30th deadline. It's an ongoing process, so someone can continue. So today we have 130 applications. We've approved 28. 4 have been denied, and there's another 98 that are still in process. We've reviewed the paperwork, everything's there. It's just a matter of trying to complete the inspections, making sure that everything is meets the standards. As far as caregiver, a total of 76 applications. 6 have been approved, 4 denied, 65 verified, and 1 still pending review. Of course, the bigger numbers, the almost 740 applications we received are the commercial registrations, either anything over 100 square feet per person for personal or caregiver use. We have approved 19. There are 50 that have been denied so far. 82 have been verified. Verified means we've looked a little more closely at their applications, not just simply the intake process that we went through in late June, but also ensure that everything that was submitted met our requirements. The 109 have been validated, and validated means that there is the second deadline date of submittal requirements of September 7th for various state documents as well as the local business license. Those we have verified. The 109 of those have been reviewed. It's just a matter of getting out there now and completing the site inspection and ensuring that the photographic evidence that was submitted along with the application matches what was on the ground. As the primary thing the planning department staff is doing, and then working with the sheriff and code enforcement team to complete the site inspection to ensure that what's on the ground is the same as what's been submitted to us in the application. Unfortunately, we still have a large number, 477, that are still pending. Just have not been able to get to them due to the huge number and the staffing availability that we have. The other thing that's taken quite a bit of time over the last several months are the appeals. We've had 34 appeals that have gone to the Planning Commission. 26 of those have been denied as of last Thursday. We've approved, Planning Commission's approved one. There are 6 more scheduled for hearing next week, and one has been withdrawn. Of those, 8 have been appealed to this body. You've denied 7 of those and approved 1 of them. So that's each one of those is many hours worth of work, and that's really sort of bogged down our process right now. But it's it's part of the process. People have the right to appeal the decision, and it's a fair opportunity for them to make their pitch to the hearing body, the commission, or you, to ensure that we have treated them fairly. The inspections, we've had a total of 204 inspections so far by the code enforcement officers. 106 of those are commercial, another 98 are the personal and caregiver inspections. The results of those inspections have been that 94 have been in compliance. There were 60 that are out of compliance. 21 were given correction notices. There were minor things that gave the ability to correct those minor problems. And then another 29 have been sort of a challenge getting out there. In some cases, there have been no access, or in some cases, there was no cultivation there on the site at all. As far as revenue and expenditures are concerned, as you recall, we received approximately $3.7 million in application fees. To date, we have, or this was as of November 18th, we've expended $668,000 on that. You see the breakdown here by department, a lot of it going to planning staff as well as the sheriff's department and code enforcement. This was about a month ago, and looking at sort of a average over the last couple of months, if you go back to the presentation we made about 2 months ago, we're probably spending about $180,000 per month. So if you want to add that to the past month to bring it up to this date, it sort of gives you an indication of where we're at as far as the expenditure of money. Recall that we still have 477 to process, and we've only processed about 100 of them so far. So we've got a ways to go. I am hoping that we will be able to increase our review. Everything is sort of moving in a big batch through the processing, and I'm hoping that we'll start picking up in final determinations, whether they're approved or denied. But getting through that over the next month or two. Get more of those completed as we move forward. One other thing that I wanted to talk about briefly, which is included in the staff report, was the effect of Prop 64 on our program. As you know, 64, the Adult Use of Marijuana Act, was passed by the voters of the state. It doesn't really have a direct effect on our program. That was for recreational use, and this is our program here is for medical cultivation. There are some things that we'll need to know as we move forward. There are some, the the state, the act allows the county to regulate it up to a point. We can't completely ban cultivation for personal use, so there's up to 6 plants. Indoor or in accessory structure cannot be prohibited, but we can also regulate other aspects of recreational cultivation. That's something that we will probably want to address in the near future, what kind of restrictions, if any, that we want to put into place. It's not on the agenda today, but just want to bring that up as how that initiative affects this program. Again, this is for medical use. The AUMA was for recreational use. That's really all I have right now as far as facts and figures. Is there any questions you might have that I could elaborate on a bit more?
Comments, questions, the board?
I have some questions.
Yes.
But I think maybe I'll hold off if there's more people that are going to be presenting from the staff. You mentioned the sheriff. Is there anybody else who's going to be speaking?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just me, I guess. Just to give you some of our numbers, we've completed 310 of the backgrounds. We have 176 of them that are pending. We have 227 of them that were sent out, and we've got no response. They've been mailed out, and nobody's claimed them, I guess, if you want to call it that. We disqualified 54 of them, and those are just on the commercial side. We're currently working 97 open cases. We have come across 55 unknown or known unregistered grows. And we've had 410 complaints filed with the department, with the sheriff's department. Again, like Mr. Maurer said, it's causing a delay in getting to these inspections to finish the process up. Any other questions?
Board, I have a question for the sheriff. You call your enforcement team the MET team, is that correct?
Yeah.
Marijuana enforcement team?
Correct.
How many officers, or I'm sorry, how many deputies are assigned to that?
I have 2 deputies and a sergeant. We just hired one of the sheriff techs. We got 2 positions. We're actually interviewing today for the other position. And we have no foreseeable future deputies to be able to put in there at this time. We're still trying to backfill our street positions that we've lost. And about 2 weeks and a half, last week I think, we lost another deputy who quit. Went to Placer County.
How are we on staffing the beats on a normal patrol basis?
We're still running with 3 deputies in the county and the sergeant.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Questions? Okay, yeah. So I want to review the numbers, see if I heard them right. So you have 310 background checks for commercial growers that are in process at some point?
We have 310 of them that are completed, yes.
Completed. So 310 are completed.
Correct.
You have 176 pending.
Correct.
And 227 were sent out. What do you mean by that?
The packages were mailed out to the applicants to contact us to do background checks through the DOJ, and we have not heard back from them.
Okay. And what is kind of a normal response time are you seeing with that? Are they...
in the past, they're pretty quick. They get back to us right away so they can get the registration process going. Okay. The issue that I think we're going to have with this is a lot of these folks, and this is coming from my technician that's doing this, is that they're sending these to the address that they're putting on their application. And as you well know, we don't have addresses that collect mail in rural parts of our county. Mm-hmm. So some of them they have received back undeliverable because they're not going to a P.O. box, and others we haven't received any response back from. So I don't know where they're at. It's like Christmas time with your mail, general mail. We don't know where it's at. Okay. And nobody's contacted us to say, hey, what's going on with my application, so we don't know.
So if they were to contact you, how do they get a hold of you?
Just call the sheriff's office, the 6500 number, 754-6500.
Okay.
And say, hey, we haven't received our application, or we haven't received anything. And again, that's...
So by this point, would all the commercial applicants have been notified with the Sheriff's Department on this particular issue?
Everything that we've had has been mailed out, yes.
Okay.
The 400, or the 300, well, if you take the total of them, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a total, what we had was 736 registered sites, and Peter, I think, said there was 740, so maybe we're missing 4 somewhere. We'll have to get together on that.
737, but
okay.
There may be some changes that
and there could be, yeah.
So at this point, the commercial applicants should have heard from the Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
And if they haven't, then they can call the 6500 number to inquire.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And when you talk about 97 open cases, is that because there's still background checks going on there?
Well, maybe I misled you. The 97 open cases are the active either criminal and or civil cases that for the process of the registrations that we're pursuing, that we're working.
So further review of those. And what were the 57? What was that number?
I don't remember the 57. 55. Those are unregistered known grows that we have come across.
Okay. So those come through the complaint line?
Some may have not. I'm not sure. We have an abundance of complaints. I think we're over 300.
Okay. So you mentioned 410 complaints filed. Is there duplication in those complaints?
I'm sorry. No, that's total.
Okay.
That's total separate complaints.
Okay.
Now, whether they're on the same property, I'd have to go back to research that, but we had a total of 410 complaints.
That's what I was wondering, if maybe there's 4 complaints on the same property.
And there very well could be. Very well could be.
And is this coming through the hotline that you established, or is this?
Most all of them are, yeah.
Okay. How do you follow up on those complaints? Are you calling back the person who's complained to?
Depending, if we have multiple complaints on one particular location, we will go out there and work it. It's kind of like being in the ER of the hospital. The worse you are, the faster response time you're going to get. So the ones that are more prevalent, that look like they're going to cause problems, we're trying to get to as fast as we can. The problem is with all the other cases that we have going on, some of them we're not getting to.
Sure.
We just don't have the time or the manpower.
Okay. And now with harvest pretty much over for at least outdoor, are you seeing complaints down?
No, not really, because just because of harvesting outdoors completed,
right,
they're still processing inside. You still have harvesting going on indoors, too.
Okay. All right.
So we're still seeing some complaints.
When you talk about the MET team, are the 2 deputies and the sergeant currently, is that part of the money expenditure that we're seeing today?
Yes.
And are you hiring other folks within the department to handle kind of the administrative area, specifically the person who is doing the background?
Those are folks that are already in the department, that are established in the department, that are putting their other duties aside to do the backgrounds, yes.
So you haven't hired anybody extra to do background checks?
I did hire, we actually had a retired person that used to work for us that came in and volunteered, so we put her on the payroll, so she's doing nothing but that. And we hired, I actually transferred one young lady from our jail who used to be a correctional or a service tech and brought her back over as a sheriff's service tech so that she can start doing that. And I have those 4 part-time positions. And again, we're in the process of trying to hire another one today, hopefully find one.
Okay. Would you say your bogged down in this is related to the background checks? Are you?
Well, it's a combination of everything. It's not just the background checks, because the background checks are more internal, whereas the site inspections with planning and code compliance are out in the field. So it's a combination of everything. It's just there's so much of it. It's just we just don't have the manpower, as all the departments are suffering.
Okay.
So it's overall.
How are you doing the personal and caregiver background checks? Are you doing
The same way,
those?
they're actually, we've done, on the personal caregiver, we had 195 registered sites. Excuse me, those are personal, but there's no backgrounds to do on those. On the caregiver, there was 72 registered sites. We've completed 28 of those backgrounds, and we have 8 of those pending. And 34 of them we have, again, received no response back from the caregivers.
Okay. So at this point, everybody in this category 2 has been, a packet's been mailed out to these folks and...
From us, yes.
From you. Okay. So 34 for the caregiver. Personal doesn't really apply here. And 227, no responses from packets that have gone out.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet. Anything else?
Sure, I have a question for the Sheriff Edition. Sheriff, have you ever received a call from somebody who said, hey, I didn't get my packet? Has that happened?
Not at this time that I'm aware of, no.
Out of 227, you've never had that happen?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Any other questions?
Questions for Peter?
Go ahead.
So Peter, thank you, Sheriff. So Peter, on your particular, let's see here. When you talk about, on your first slide, 28 approved, 4 denied, those denials never went past the planning department because they just didn't qualify.
Those are ones that we accepted their application. Upon review, we found that they were, at least in one instance, clearly growing on a commercial basis. We denied their application. They may or may not have been appealed. In some cases, they just realized they're out of compliance and didn't pursue it any further. They could have been abated, voluntarily abated, or in some cases we've had to cite them.
Okay. So you're not, it's not real sure like how many were further appealed after this first initial denial?
Well, of the total denied, we've had, what was the number, 34 appeals so far.
Okay. And then when you talk about in-process verified, so paperwork reviewed, there's 65, and 1 is pending no review. Is this pending, so the paperwork has been reviewed and approved by planning, and does that, is the next step then is they go to the Sheriff's Department for their background check?
It could be either that or that it needs a site inspection, or in some cases we need to look more closely at the actual photographic evidence to ensure that they were growing prior to May 10th. This has been sort of the biggest challenge we've had is to trying to verify that they actually were cultivating or had prepared the site for cultivation. We've had a number of applications that have been denied because it didn't match. We're looking at the aerial imaging and all you see is native vegetation, and yet there's pictures of a cleared site, and it's they were, in our opinion, falsified information.
Okay. I'm talking more about the caregiver. You have 65 that have been verified, so that's what I'm wondering about.
So 65 are moving forward through the process. We've looked at their paperwork. It's looks like for the most part everything is good. The indemnity agreement's been signed. They have a valid lease. We've checked that paperwork. So the last part of the process would either be, in some cases they may have already gone through the background check. Maybe we're still waiting on that, and they need a site inspection. The site inspection is sort of the last thing because that's the thing that's taking the most time. We've been holding off on that until we know that we can otherwise approve that that registration, unless there's been a complaint, and then we will send a code enforcement officer out to the site to see what the issue is. So there's 2 paths for inspection. One is everything looks good so far, let's go do the final inspection so we can issue the registration, or if we have a complaint about it, or we will notice. In some cases, the sheriff mentioned that he had 55 sites that he had found, or his staff had found, for one, either through complaint or maybe through being on site. As we're looking at the aerial imaging that we received, both we got it in late May, early June, and also another flight that was done in end of August. And then we see, you can see the cultivation areas very clearly on those aerial imaging. The ones that have registered, we've highlighted those. But if we're looking at the aerial imaging, you see, oh, there's one right next door, and they didn't bother to register. So we've noticed there are a number of those as well. The total amount we don't have right now, the GIS team is actually going through and doing a comprehensive search to identify how many unregistered cultivation sites are out there.
Okay. So when I look at both the personal and caregiver, there's like 100 and, a little over 150 applicants that have been verified, and I'm assuming they've met the paperwork review. Now they're waiting for a site inspection. So what does a site inspection entail for a personal or caregiver grow? Is it just code enforcement going out? Does the sheriff department partner up with code enforcement?
It's primarily code enforcement for a personal or caregiver. In some cases where we see on the aerial imaging that they're clearly in excess of the cultivation area that they've registered for. In one case, we had a caregiver whose maximum amount is 200 square feet at 13,000 square feet. That we sent out a code enforcement team, including the sheriff's department, cited them, and did an abatement on that. What they're looking for is, is it adequate fence? Do they have their registration notice posted? Do they meet the setback requirements? Anything else as far as hazardous materials, non-compliant storage of ag chemicals, for example, those kinds of things.
Okay.
And any other building permit type of, wiring or things like that, we'd also look for.
So code enforcement primarily handles the personal and caregiver solo, unless there's something maybe suspicious in nature where we would call upon the sheriff's department to do a standby or escort.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. On the commercial.
Did you want to?
Yeah, can I address a quick question? Depending upon the location and the individuals involved, a pre-site safety and threat assessment has to be done on every visit to ensure that code enforcement is going to be safe, our staff's going to be safe. It's a time-consuming process. We don't just get to pick up and run out there and act as though maybe it was a food inspection that the health department does. It's handled very differently before we ever leave the office.
Thank you.
On the commercial side of it, so a pending review, so currently there are 477 applications that there's been absolutely no review of.
That's correct.
Okay, so they're not even in the background category yet.
Well, they could be in the background. As information is coming in, we'll make sure that, a background check passes or doesn't pass, we'll put it in the file. If we've received the seller's permit or the Water Quality Control Board requirement, we'll put those in the file. We just haven't had a chance to pull out that file, open it up, go through it thoroughly to make sure, okay, let's look at the dates on the lease. Is it, what is it a valid lease? Do they have proper ownership of the property? Those kinds of detailed reviews have not been able to get to yet.
Okay, so in the process, when you take a look at paperwork, are you notifying the sheriff's department at the same time, and they're doing background information being sent out as you're looking at?
So in some points, some part of the process we're acting independently. In other parts, particularly around the site inspections, we're coordinating that effort. So if we find that there are potential violations, for example, we'll notify the sheriff and look at what else is going on that site, so that if there are multiple reasons that a project, one of the registrations might be denied, we'll list the entire each of the reasons why it did not meet the requirements of the ordinance. So we just don't want to say, well, here's one reason and then maybe multiple reasons. We want to make sure that the applicant knows the full range of reasons for the denial. At the same time, as Chavicito had pointed out, that we want to make sure that we're coordinating our efforts. There could be other ongoing investigations. We don't want to go out to a site and disrupt an investigation. That's something else unrelated. Just a lot of coordination that does go on between, and particularly between the enforcement inspectors and the sheriff's office. But as we get more information, we will share that information between all the team members.
So do you have somebody in your department who's coordinating this effort now? Or is it, I know you've been able to hire at least one person, so are you finding where you're able to kind of streamline your department a little bit better now with staffing, or is that still a...
Not really. I mean, ultimately it falls on my shoulders. And I have actually one permanent position that we've been able to fill. I have 3 extra hire positions, 2 office technicians and an additional planner. Plus my regular staff is all involved in that, as well as trying to maintain the day-to-day operations of the department.
So you're still working out processes within your department to handle this?
I think we've got our process down pretty well, as best we can. We could probably use 20 people to handle the workload, but that's just not feasible. So we're doing the best we can given the resources that we have and the availability. I mean, I think there actually are, we've authorized additional extra hire positions. Just, can't find anyone to help fill those slots.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comments or questions? I'm good. All right. We'll move on to public comments. Okay, let's bring it back to the board. And we will now take lunch until 1:30. Unless you wanted it, did I move too fast? Okay, come on.
That might have been a bit too fast.
You guys gotta act quick.
Nice try.
My name is Patricia Gordo. I'm from Burson. I'd like to have a little clarification about what this particular...
Ma'am, can I have you speak in the microphone?
Like that? My name is Patricia Gordo. I'm from Burson. I'd like to have a clarification on what kind of subject matter. Can I address all this stuff, or, I mean, any of it?
Yes.
Okay. I am against any kind of substance abuse and use, unless it's prescribed by a doctor and the client adheres to what the doctor prescribes. I've been a caregiver for 15 years, both pro bono and privately, and I have seen a lot of abuse, and I've never taken care of someone that was using marijuana, but I've seen other things, and it's not good. And I've seen a vast deterioration once people start using it. I've seen people use the excuse of pain when in reality it's an excuse to have a couple of good hours versus the rest of the day not feeling good and being out of it. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from. I see some things that don't seem to be applied here. One of them is I don't know how you can tell whether people are growing it underground, and what these people that are harvesting their 6 plants or whatever, whether they're having somebody come pick up a little bit here and a little bit there on regular runs.
30 seconds.
And so, you know, I appreciate being able to be an American citizen and say a few of the things that I feel strongly about. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I think he doesn't know the process.
Oh, okay. Bill McManus, Hanford Hill.
Just one second, Bill, before you go. So the process, sir, is that you stand in line and then just approach the, excuse me, sir? Yeah, just approach after he's done, just step up to the microphone. Okay? Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. As we start going through this process of evaluating the urgency ordinance just isn't paperwork. And what we're seeing here, and no offense, but it's this whirlwind of numbers of classifications that I couldn't find in the urgency ordinance of verified, validated, pending, outstanding, denied, approved. You know, where do all these numbers come together? Well, so far right now, they only come together in one place, and that's in a file cabinet. This is paperwork. When we see the number of complaints that have been called in, do we have any tracking on how many of those complaints were taken from complaint to inspection to resolution, and what were they? Or do you just acknowledge, hey, thanks for calling? Because I don't know about the sheriff's department, but I get hundreds of calls. I get hundreds of emails from people saying, what do I do? I say, well, call the anonymous tip line, call the sheriff's department. I've already done that. I've called them 10 times. I've called so-and-so. And the people feel like they're totally disconnected, where I said, if you had a complaint about the paperwork, I think you might get an answer, because that seems to be more important right now. And while everyone hovers over the paperwork and tries to incubate these files as to whether they're complete or not, a complete grow season has come and gone. By the time this paperwork is finally considered done, verified, validated, certified, whatever, you're going to be looking at another grow season. Most of it is already gone. But the paperwork is still creating this activity. The paperwork is still covering, giving the public an illusion that this problem in our county is actually being regulated. The activity is not really being regulated. The paperwork is being very seriously regulated. And a lot of people who live out there who have problems are not concerned with whether the file is complete or all the paperwork is in there or various checkoffs have been done. They're living next to a problem. They would like something done about it. And the paperwork doesn't seem to be accomplishing that goal for them. So they're frustrated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Raymond Smith. I live in Valley Springs. I would like to address the issue of compassionate use and the fact that the personal and caregiver, pretty much everything involving that undergoes a ballot initiative from 1996, as well as a follow-up Supreme Court ruling in 2010. I would just like to say that this is a compassionate issue, and I do implore you to follow your hearts in this issue and not just your wallets, and find some understanding that this is a medicine that people use because other medicines do not provide relief for them. Personally speaking, my mother is allergic to pain medicine, opioids and such. She gets horrible itching. She's on her 5th joint replacement. She couldn't be here today because she's getting stitches removed from her hip surgery, 2nd hip surgery. I was with her with the physical therapy and moving forward from those surgeries, and it is absolutely essential that they have the medicine so that they can have the comfort to have the physical therapy. If you do not have these things, it's just as bad as saying that you have a problem next door with a grower that is trying to get their medicine together, because a lack of this medicine is actually more detrimental than having the medicine next door. Thank you very much.
My name's Darrell Hilton. I'm from Mountain Ranch. They're doing background checks. I don't hear anything other than you're doing background checks basically on the people who apply for a license. Do they do any background checks on the people who actually work these grows? Because a lot of people buy the property, then they have 4 or 5 or 6 people coming in to take care of the grow. They have growers, that's what they hire them for, is to grow the plants, because the people who own the property don't know how. Without doing a background check and allowing the sheriff to do a complete background check, you've actually done nothing about keeping criminal activity from taking place in the county. The other thing is the state of California just made it legal for anybody over the age of 21 to grow up to 6 plants. Now, how do you define a personal grow? The state doesn't require any licensing, those 6 plants out on your patio, and you're totally legal. You can walk around with an ounce in your pocket, and it's totally legal. You can give it to somebody who's over the age of 21. It's totally legal. This is not an industry that I'm against, totally. I just think it needs to be regulated a lot better than it is. I think this is a perfect example of why it's not working. Too much paperwork, not enough people to do the job. We have a sheriff's department who hires people and loses them as fast as we get them. So what Calaveras County is actually doing is paying the $100,000 or the $120,000 it costs to train an officer to get him on duty, to have them leave to go to Calaveras County because they can make 22% more over there than they can here. We're on the bottom of the ladder of the 6 counties, and I called around to find out. And it averages about 22%. Actually, it's closer to 23. But how can we expect the sheriff's department to do its job? How can we expect them to keep the criminal activity out if we restrict them only to doing the background checks on those individuals who apply? The people who own the property very seldom are the people actually growing it. I happen to live in an area where the Butte fire went through and we got a lot of green and none of it's trees.
30 seconds.
It seems to be a whole lot of people in one place. I think it should be some kind of a mechanism put in place to kind of spread these people out so they're not in one place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Megan Guthrie, and my daughter Abigail Guthrie is quadriplegic cerebral palsy, medically fragile. And I know that this is a long process through legalization, but I really don't want the patient to get lost. I don't want the patient to be used in vain and to be called a human shield when they really do exist. This summer, my daughter ran out of CBD for 3 months. She has been extremely ill for the past 3 months. She has spent much time at UCSF Hospital, and she has been having a high seizure rate. She's been having autonomic nerve dysfunction. She just got back onto CBD 3 weeks ago because generous farmers were able to give her donations, and she is starting to recover. UCSF just did a sleep study. She's being controlled and has medical data collection that I am very willing to give any board member any of her medical records to see the studies and the tracking that they have done on my daughter and what CBD is doing for her. And in the latest study, she has grand mal seizures. They have no alternatives. They have no seizure medicines that will work with her. They only have CBD oil. There is also a very big misconception that personal grows are medical patients. My daughter needs 350 milligrams a day, which is a commercial garden. Sick children cannot grow, and sick veterans for themselves. They need commercial space to make that medicine. And I don't want the patient to be lost in this regulation. It's a slow process. I think we can work together. We need to clean things up and regulate properly, but we really need not to forget about the patient in this. And I really want my daughter's name not to be used in vain and to have the patient be considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. I just wanted to come up and say a little bit about things that we're seeing and hearing this far into the urgency ordinance. The primary complaint is the perceived lack of speed with which the bad guys are getting taken care of and the good guys are getting permits. Of course, when people start feeling this way, both cannabis farmers and non-cannabis farmers, we ask some questions, talk to some people in departments. It seems like everyone believes that the main issue is staffing. And staffing goes back to retention. And retention goes back to offering competitive salaries, which we do not because of our budget issues. We're a poor county. It seems like we see two possible solutions to this. One is solving that problem, and probably the best bet for that is additional funding so that some budgets could be retooled, and we have hope that Measure C could be a large part of that, specifically for the Sheriff's Department. The other thing that might be a possibility is automation, technology, finding ways to, and granted, I'm not incredibly educated as behind-the-scenes process, but anything that can be upgraded, put into more compatible, cross-referenceable databases, things that save hours, that sort of thing. And perhaps, this contract that's coming up with Highway Patrol, maybe that's another way to perhaps solve that staffing problem. But that's the majority of it. In addition, I wanted to echo the comment about complaint tracking from Mr. McManus. I think that if it is a complaint-based system and we're really trying to prioritize who we're visiting, I mean the county, that we have a way to, and maybe they already do, to basically figure out, who's getting complained on the most, what are the biggest violators, to make sure that really the high priority offenders are visited first. And I wonder if that's happening, and if not, if it could be done. And the last thing I want to say is that, it seems like these issues we're having would be constant no matter what type of program was instituted. Whether it was regulation, whether it was banning, there's always going to be paperwork, and site visits are always going to be required. And no matter what we do, it seems like whatever the program is, whether ban or regulate, it's not going to proceed forward at a speed that satisfies most citizens until we solve those retention issues. We just need the staff.
30 seconds.
And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon, Board. I'm Sandy My Tribe, and I'm here as a citizen, not someone who has been not only involved in crafting the urgency ordinance that we're discussing currently, but also involved in the administration piece of it. And I wanted to address some of what Bill McManus brought up and others have said. The current model, as I see it, is very human labor intensive. Mechanization through systems is critical to processing and program integration overall, and I know that after having done project and program management for 20-some-odd years at AT&T, Pacific Bell, Pacific Telephone. Therein, to me, lies the greatest issue based on what I see with the current program, and that is interdepartmental integration. This program is not being managed as a true program. There are no smooth handoffs. There is no what I would term to be integrated issue resolution, et cetera. My gut says what we really need and what I would recommend as we look at where we go going forward is a true program lead who reports directly to the board, drives integration between departments, standardization and reporting, and issue resolution. The department leads are working admirably on all of this, but it's overwhelming when you have other responsibilities within your department to take something like this on. So it's beneficial to them and to the county as a whole to remove that responsibility. Gives them a little bit of breathing room. And bottom line, while I still believe wholeheartedly that we took the right path on this, I think we need to revisit what we've done, come up with what worked, what could possibly be improved upon. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater before you've figured out if you just need to change soap. But at this point, current structure is counterproductive to anything that we do going forward with this program. That needs to be revisited. Any questions?
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Hardenbrook, and I live on the border of Murphy's and Mountain Ranch. I've got a lot of grows around me, and some of them have been denied, of which they're now building houses on and optimizing their grows yet, even though they've been denied. My question is, what does this mean for next year for the commercial? If you've been denied or you're in the process, you're verified, is who can grow next year? Is it only the people who've been approved? Or if you're still pending, validated, or verified, can you grow next year?
Let's finish your comments first.
I'm sorry. Okay, then the other question is any income coming in next year for the people who are who paid this year to grow? When do they put their $5,000, which is in the urgency ordinance, down again to grow again? Does it come again next year, or because they haven't been verified, validated, or approved, they don't have to pay for next year? Thank you.
Thank you. Wait on that. Okay. Any other public comments?
Al Segallen, speaking as an individual. It seems like we've collected maybe $5,000 from perhaps 700 and something farmers, commercial people, and that amounts to, I think, $3.7 million. And we have, this is all based on the emergency ordinance, which is to expire, I'm not sure of the date, it might be February. What happens to those people that paid the $5,000 if they don't have a permit by that time? What liability does the taxpayer have? In other words, can the taxpayer, if the county has to pay back money that it already spent, then it's a liability on our taxpayers. What is that liability, and how do you handle that? And so I guess the basic question is, what happens when this ordinance expires to those people who paid $5,000 but didn't get their permit? Thank you.
Thank you.
Gina Gonzalez, Angels Camp. That I know of, that I've counted over my personal flight, 19 growers in Bar 20. It's a small area with a lot of growers, and I believe that they have the right to grow if they're legal. I've sat with Kaz many times and talked to him one-on-one, as you've seen in the newspapers. I was just brought to my attention, having lunch with my best friend, that her friend is making $100 a day cash while she's on Social Security. And she gets Medi-Cal. And she gets food stamps while she's trimming bud. Now, I think there's something really, really wrong with that as a taxpayer. You know, attaboy that she's working, but I think the services should be cut back. I think those kind of people are the kind of people that are going to make people like Kaz look bad. We as taxpayers should be bad about that. And that's something else that should be brought up. I don't know who to bring it up to, but it very frustrates me very much. And I think that's what's going to happen if we don't open our eyes to what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dina Morris, and I'm here to say that whether these applications get approved or not, it's not getting rid of the bad actors, okay? I have at least 2 bad actors, no matter which way I go in or out from my house, and this is not going to get rid of them. And one of the reasons is because there are no background checks on workers, and these people know how to ride a fine line with intimidating and terrorizing their neighbors to where they stay just above to continue doing that to us. They've also said openly that they didn't care if they were denied. They were going to continue to grow anyway. So I think the people have spoken when they defeated Measure D that this isn't working as it is, and we don't need to make things continue down that path. So I just want people to know, don't be fooled thinking that regulation is going to get rid of bad actors, because it's not. And I had one supervisor tell me personally that they would come over there and get rid of this bad actor if regulation didn't do it. But of course, that didn't happen, and this bad actor is still there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Beth Whitkey with Sungrown Meds, and I want to thank all of you for your service on this. I know that this has been a really long, hard slog. As a grower, I spend most days afraid to go to town because my inspection might show up. I have absolute empathy for the inspectors. I work with code compliance on getting my house, getting my septic, all of that. I've had several inspections without law enforcement escorts. They know we're growing. We don't seem to be a threat. I would like to put forward that as a farmer, I am quite happy to provide background checks for all of my employees. It's just a mom and son shop, but when we do bring in seasonal labor, the first thing we ask is, can you pass and will you submit to a background check? So far, I have gotten no resistance for that. People are absolutely happy to have the work. I would never employ someone that is taking advantage of the system. If they are on food stamps, if they are collecting under the table for things, I don't have any patience for that. I don't think people should abuse these systems. So I want to say thank you to everybody for what you're doing. We so much want this program to work. Measure C the people did speak that they want to tax us. We're happy to pay our taxes. Just let us. I want to say to law enforcement, I absolutely empathize with you. My grandfather was shot in the line of duty when my mother was 4. I know what you do is dangerous. I know what they do is dangerous. The hole in our family has been there since 1942. He was a wonderful man by all accounts. I didn't realize my loss until my grandson was born this year, and everything that he missed out on his 13 beautiful grandchildren and 20-some great-grandchildren. We are not all animals. We are good, hardworking people who just want to help the sick people that can't grow for themselves. And I thank you for your time and your effort on this. I'm so sad to see some of you go, and I welcome you, and I hope that we can become better acquainted and meet some common ground as a community. I do not like the divisiveness that this has brought, and I hope that somehow we can all heal these rifts and move forward as a strong, prosperous community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, see no more public jumping up. Last chance. I'll bring it back to the board and ask Peter to answer those questions if you are able to.
So the registrations are valid for a period of 1 year from the date of issuance. So when we issue the registration, they're good for 1 year. So anything that's issued from now on will essentially allow them to grow next year should the urgency ordinance continue in place. That I don't know what's going to happen. There's a lot of unknowns given what the new board may or may not do, and we really won't know a definitive answer until the new board takes place and discusses the issue. If the urgency ordinance stays in place, my intent is to try to process all these before the next growing season begins so that we have a clear date for which these registrations will expire and they're not sort of in limbo. But conceivably there will be some that we will not have processed for one reason or another. They have the right to continue under the provisions of the urgency ordinance until we do complete the processing of their application. I would also hope that we are able to step up the enforcement and abatement procedures in a more rigorous manner as well as we move forward with the understanding which one of those do comply and are the good players versus those who have their applications denied because they weren't abiding by the rules, or they didn't even bother to apply at all. But it's going to take some time, and we're still trying to work on that to make sure it functions properly.
Board have any other questions or comments?
I have a question, and perhaps Megan, what happens with Measure C? Can you clarify if we have so many registered permitted grows at this point? Are those the ones that are on the taxation?
The tax is, it's been adopted, obviously, and it goes into effect January 1, 2017. A lot of things hinge on what ultimately happens with the urgency ordinance. As under Measure C, the tax will be billed in 2 installments. It's similar to property taxes in that sense, where the first installment goes out, the bill goes out in May, due in June, and then the second installment would be going out in November with payment due in December. Depending on what happens with the urgency ordinance, if the urgency ordinance is still in place and has been extended, come May, the bills will be going out to all registered and pending registrants for what they are registered or pending to cultivate, based on what Measure C says. So the canopy area in which they are registered or their application is pending for would go out in May. If the urgency ordinance is not extended and there is no urgency ordinance or there is no commercial cultivation allowed within the county, come May when the first bill goes out, then there is nothing to tax and no bill would go out.
Okay. And those that are denied are not, they're not getting a tax bill, the denials?
They're not allowed to cultivate.
Because of, okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board? No. All right. So we're going to take one break now, and we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you, everybody.
Almost.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay, we'll continue on with our meeting. We're going to make a quick adjustment of the agenda items due to the fact these folks are here from out of the area. We're going to move number 14 to number 14 now.
No.
It's part 2, 14.
What's that?
I didn't say anything.
14 follows 1125. Right? 14.
Is this item 14?
Yes. So item 14 is from the administrative office to accept a presentation from Government Financial Strategies regarding the results of the 2008 General Obligation Bond, 2007 Certificates of Participation, and 2006 Community Facilities District 2 Saddle Creek Bond refunding.
And we have here today Lori Ranieri, who is president of Government Financial Strategies, to go through what happened with the refunding.
Good afternoon. I'm Lori Ranieri. As we said, this is Matthew Kolper of our firm. And, well, you mostly see me, and years ago you used to see a lot of Jonathan Edwards. That name may be familiar. We have a whole team of people who work with the county on its financings, and we had a very good result. And so I know you have a lot of other business to conduct. I'll go through this as quickly as possible. And the reason that the packet is very long is because we attached the prior presentation to the back of it, just in case as I'm talking you want to go back and see any, what did she say last time, or whatever, you can double check. So on page 2, we have our agenda, and the first thing I'm going to go over is what happened in the bond market right before we went into the bond market, then what happened with our COP and GO bond and CFD bond sales, and those were selling refinancing bonds. Then I'll review the county's use of GFOA practices, our updated debt portfolio, and then I'll conclude. So the next page shows where interest rates were when these bonds that we were refinancing were originally sold. And then when I was here in September, you can see that the benchmark interest rate, this is called the bond buyer index, was at 2.98 right before I came last time, and went almost 100 basis points, 3.8% between September 22nd and November 22nd. Now, that is a lot of volatility in a short period of time, a whole point. And of course, that relates to what was going on in the market. And you can see on page 4, lots of headlines here, from the bond buyer, which is sort of like the Wall Street Journal of the municipal bond market. Monthly muni volume soars to highest since 1985. The streak is over. Muni outflows. What that means is people taking money out of muni bond funds, meaning that there's not as much money looking for an investment. And then we talk about post-election jitters. So what the result of that, can you hit the clicker, is that we had more supply of municipal bonds and less demand, which means the price goes down, and in the bond world, that means the yield goes up. But it's even more complicated because municipal bonds are part of a global bond market. People buy municipal bonds that aren't specifically looking for a Calaveras County bond, but they're looking for an investment in the United States that is a bond, a fixed rate, instead of an equity investment. So, for example, when Brexit happened in the summer and people were scared, where am I going to put their money? And they can buy treasuries, they can buy munis, they consider those very safe. So we got to the sale, and we thought we were going to sell on November 8th, and that's what it says up at the top. But I want you to take the pen I left for each of you, and I want you to change that to November 16th, because the CAO will remember the call I made to her the day before and said, we better not sell tomorrow. We've often sold on election day. Normally, the markets usually just go. They have lots of reason to go, no matter what is happening in the election. But the things were very jittery, and people were nervous. And so the day before, we decided to wait a week. And it's very important when you're doing the competitive sale that you don't go into a jittery market. You can't know whether interest rates are going to go up or down. But when bidders who would otherwise bid say, I don't know what to do, and therefore I might not bid, then you know you're not going to get the competition. So we really didn't want to be coming into the market when our bidders were telling us they weren't sure if they were going to bid. Now, we use an internet bidding platform, and there's a little picture. It's hard to see because that's kind of a screenshot, but literally people who are bidding on our new issue can bid on other new issues coming to market, or they can buy bonds in the secondary market. They could buy a bond issued a month ago or 5 years ago that's available in the market. So there's a lot of competition out there for their attention. So one of the things we do is we make the bidding process easy for them and fun for them. And one of the fun things we do, you'll notice that the times that we accept the bids are at 8:05 and 9:05. And that actually predates our use of the internet. In the old days, one of the things that our firm, we figured out early on that we need to make it easy for people to bid, not hard. And we used to take fax bids, and believe it or not, that was considered an innovation. I know it sounds like I'm bringing up, something that a blacksmith does. In any case, we used to take these fax bids, and because we didn't want people to be afraid of being late, or we didn't want them to be actually late, we would put in the legal documents 5 minutes past the hour or the half hour, but then when we verbally told them what time to get their bid in, we'd say 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. That way, if it came in a minute after, it was still good. Well, we've kept that tradition up, and now they use the internet. The computer system is telling them what time, but they all laugh. They all think it's fun. I know, 8:05, 9:05. So we do that because we want people to want to play. They have a lot that they can bid on, and so we're trying to get the most bids that we can. So let's look at the next page. For the certificates of participation, which were sold first, we had 3 bids, and if you hit that clicker one more time, please. You might be interested where these firms are bidding from. So first of all, our winning bidder was Robert Baird. And you might not have heard of Robert Baird, but I bet you've heard of at least Citigroup Global Markets or Morgan Stanley. Those are names that are a little more known. Why are they known? they're known because they do advertising for other things. You know, they're not necessarily advertising their municipal bond underwriting business, but they have a global brand, and you see their name around. Robert Baird is actually a regional investment bank, Red Bank, New Jersey, and one of the things we've seen since the financial crisis is the rise of the regionals. These regional investment banks stepped in, and instead of buying from the big money center banks, when the money center banks were sort of in free fall during the financial crisis, the regional banks stepped in and said, hey, we can play on this stage, and Robert Baird beat Citicorp and Morgan Stanley with the lowest bid for the Calaveras County Certificates of Participation, which had a very good rating, AA minus, and you can see the difference in the bidding, over $100,000 to what we call the cover bid, and then almost $200,000 to the third place bid. So we don't believe we would have gotten that good pricing if we weren't doing a competitive process. Now let's look at the spreads. So one of the things in the marketplace is that investments are priced compared to a benchmark, and with bonds, you have a different interest rate for every principal maturity in the bond issue. So there's a 1-year rate, a 2-year rate, a 3-year rate. And what this is showing here is that in August, when we were first doing our plan, the AAA rates were that lower green line, and then our estimated yields that we thought the market would demand is the light blue line, light green line, which is the next one up, and then the benchmark went up to where that blue line is, and the light blue is what we got. Now, what's important about that? What's important is the market rose, and we didn't want that because we're trying to get low interest rates, but our spread is much narrower than we anticipated. Put another way, we came closer to the AAA benchmark than we expected, and we attribute that to the competitive bidding, right? So if you just go in and you're a price taker, someone's going to say, well, here's where the AAA benchmark is, and you're a AA minus rated issuer, here's the amount of spread that you should get. The way we squeeze that spread is through competition, because that competition gets us closer to the benchmark, and what that allowed us to do was lower our interest rates significantly below where they were. So one of the things that I anticipate you might ask me about is, gosh, we were selling into a rising market. Well, why did we do that? Because, as you might remember, the reason that we were refinancing the certificates of participation at this time, there was 2 reasons. One reason is that we believed we could achieve lower interest rates than we had, but the other was that the call date had come, November 1st, 2016. Now was the time. The gateway issue was, can we call the old certificates and replace them? And the answer was yes. The market was better than the certificates that we had, so we went into the market. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about the standards we set for that. But before we do, let's go to the next page, which shows the reoffering yields. One of the interesting things here is that not all of the certificates at every maturity were being offered to the market at the lowest rate. We use a calculation called true interest cost, or if you're an accountant, it's called internal rate of return. We take all the interest rates that are being bid and we collapse them into that one number that takes into account how much principal and how long is each piece of principal going to be outstanding at each rate to get the one number that allows us to compare bids. So there are people who are buying these bonds from Robert Baird, and some of them might be getting a better deal compared to the market versus others. That has to do with how Robert Baird is selling into the market. We care about true interest cost, and that's how we set our winning bid. Now go to the next page. We did not extend the term. You remember we were just doing this for savings. So the striped area is what we will not pay. There's a total of $720,000 in debt service that we had before we had this sale, and it's just gone. We do not owe it, and we'll just pay less every year until these are paid off in 2038. Let's go to the next page. And then this is our benchmark that we set, because we knew when the board approved the refinancing that the market would change. So we had standards, and the standard that we recommended was the GFOA. 3 to 5% was the range that they recommend, and you can see that we exceeded that. The present value savings, that $720,000 was a present value of $510,000, which is equal to 7.5% of the bonds refunded. That's just a statistic, but we exceeded the best practice recommendation. Not quite as good as we hoped, but that's again because we had a rising market. Now let's take a look at the GEO bonds, and the material that I'm now going to present will be familiar, very similar, but this is for the general obligation bonds, which are for the jail. Now, the other thing I want to point out to you is our rating, AA. Why are the general obligation bonds rated AA and our COPs are AA minus? That's a relationship that's fairly standard from the rating agency. The tax-backed bonds that are totally, paid back from your tax base are a little bit more secure, and usually the things that you have to budget for are going to be one rating grade below. But there's something else that's interesting about that AA rating. Calaveras County has the same rating as the United States of America. During the financial crisis, Standard & Poor's lowered the United States rating from AAA to AA. And before that happened, we used to think of the United States, even though it carried a AAA rating, we used to think of it as better than AAA. There was the United States Treasury, then there was AAA, then there was everything else. So you can go to sleep at night knowing that the tax base of this county has a credit equal to the entire United States. And it's one of the reasons that we got 4 bids. And a good yard picked. So you can see where the bidders came from. Again, we had 3 bidders from before that also bid on the GEO bonds. They clearly liked the Calaveras County name. And then we had another bidder, Wells Fargo. Now, the other thing I want to point out is that Los Angeles you might think of as a financial center. New York you might think of as a financial center. I already indicated that Robert Baird out of Red Bank, New Jersey is a regional firm. Wells Fargo, even though we think of them as an old San Francisco bank, they're actually headquartered in Charlotte, North Carolina now. And the other thing is these bids are coming from all over the country, and of our 4 bids, only 1 is from California. But if you are a buyer of the bonds, an ultimate buyer, these are double tax-free to you. They're tax-free on the federal level, and they're tax-free to the state level. So you think, why aren't all our bids coming from California? These firms sell these bonds back into California. It's a global market. They can be anywhere, and they can buy from you, and then they might sell to the Franklin Fund, which is in San Mateo, that's looking for tax-free municipal bonds in California. So it's definitely a global market. Now, our GEO bonds, we were definitely narrower in the early years on the spreads, wider in the later years. We'll go to the next page, and you can see that we're significantly lower than we were before, much lower than before. And on the next page, page 18, again, you can see with the reoffering yields, the winning bidder was not the lowest at every rate, but overall they were our cheaper option. And look at page 19, and this is where I think it really gets significant. Over $5 million of taxpayer savings. The county was under no obligation to do this refinancing. It was totally for fiscal stewardship. It doesn't help our budget, but it helps our taxpayers. And that's why it was done. And it's a real testimony to the county, to the board, to the staff, to pursue this taxpayer savings. So there's over $5.5 million that taxpayers will keep in their pockets instead of us collecting that money and sending it off to investors who may live somewhere else. Now, we go to the next page, page 20. We had the same situation where we had standards to meet, but we had an additional standard with the GEO bonds. So the first graph on the top of page 20 is showing you that we were still in that 3 to 5% GFOA best practice recommendation. The minimum standard recommended and established by the board was 5%. We were at 11.5%. Now, what that statistic is the present value savings, which is 3.65 compared to the amount of bonds refunded. We're at 11.9, so well above that standard that the board set as well as the GFOA. But we had another standard that was important. Because these bonds were not callable yet, what happened is we sold new bonds, we took the money and we put it in an escrow which defeases the old bonds to the first call date. And so there's actually negative arbitrage in that escrow period because that's invested very short, and so we're earning less there than we have to pay on the old bonds. So we have negative arbitrage. So we had a standard for that. Our goal was that our negative arbitrage should not exceed, should be a 2-to-1 ratio with our savings, or our savings should be twice as much as the negative arbitrage, at least. In fact, it was 3 to to 1. So again, as we move forward, the board set these standards. Even though we were ready to go to the market, we would not have closed with the winning bidder if we could not meet these standards. So those were standards that the board set when it adopted its authorizing resolutions. So let me just stop there for a minute. So we sold competitively the COPs and the GO bonds. We sold into a rising market. We didn't do as well as we thought, but we did better on the spreads than we anticipated. And the reason is because of that competition. And the result is savings to the county from the COP payments we won't be making, and for the GO bond, savings to the taxpayers for the bond payments we won't be making. So let me stop there and see if there's any questions. Okay, so the CFD, let's talk about that, the Community Facilities District. This is a little bit different because these bonds aren't considered as secure. It's a very small part of the county that's included in the Community Facilities District, and so we did a negotiated sale, but we had a competitive process to choose our underwriter. And now you'll see 3 new names that we didn't see in the competitive market. Brandis Tallman, which may ring a bell with you because the county has done business with Brandis Tallman before, Hilltop, and Stiefel. And these are investment banks that specialize in this kind of financing. They're not out competing in the kind of vanilla bond that everybody wants. They actually like the hard stuff, and they kind of sweep the bushes to find investors that are banks that are interested in this. So as opposed to retail investors or funds, these are banks. And if you look on page 22, Brandis Tallman was chosen, and then they went out. So Brandis Tallman is similar to Baird, who won our bid, except their specialty is these tough deals, and they love doing business with Calaveras County. So they went out and got bids from 3 banks. And the best rate was actually offered by Opus Bank, but the terms were not conducive because they wouldn't lock the rate, and we were worried that we were not going to be able to hold the rate. And since interest rates were rising, it was a good thing we went with Western Alliance, and you can see that written out on page 23. We decided to go, we consulted at the staff level that Western Alliance was better for us for the reasons I said. We didn't want the risk of interest rates increasing, and frankly, there was more work to satisfy Opus due diligence. And it's not that we don't want to do due diligence, but it's their risk. It's an extra service we'd be providing to them, and it costs money to do that. So we did. And so we went with Western Alliance, and on page 24, you can see that the interest rates were lowered at every maturity, but a little bit higher than what we had estimated last August. If you go to page 25, you can see almost $350,000 of savings on a present value basis, a little more than $300,000. Again, we have our same standards that we hold ourselves to on page 26, well above the standard that we set. So on page 27, I want to review all of the best practices that the county utilized. These are published best practices by the Government Finance Officers Association. They're on their website. We use best practices in selecting bond counsel, analyzing and issuing refunding bonds, selecting and managing the method of sale, using credit rating agencies, debt issuance, transaction costs, understanding your continuing disclosure responsibilities. So all good. On page 28, we have what we call our debt portfolio, and you see the county's outstanding debt when you see the audit report. But the audit report presents it a little bit differently, and this is a table that we've developed because we think it helps us identify the refinancing opportunities and what we're paying. And one of the statistics I want to draw your attention to, it's very small, but you see that under each set of bonds, we have something called debt service to principal ratios. This was not a statistic that I used to love. It came up a few years ago after there was a scandal of a school district in Southern California getting into a deal where they had to pay back 10-to-1, and it was a headline. But we started putting it in here because we found that our clients liked it because it's kind of simple. And what I didn't like about it was there's no time involved. Finance has time. There's no time here. But I've it's growing on me. And you can see for our GO bonds, before we did the refi, for every dollar that we had borrowed, we were going to pay back $2.24. Now we're only paying back 204. So that seems pretty significant to me, right? That's 10% reduction. You can see in the certificates of participation, before the refi, we were going to pay back $1.90 for every dollar borrowed. Now it's $1.80. And for the CFD bonds, the Saddle Creek, it's down to $1.81 from 206. So I draw your attention to that because the portfolio gets managed down because we paid attention and took advantage of these refi opportunities. Now, another question that you might be thinking about is, well, this was great. When might we do it again? So that you don't have to worry about the market every day, you can look over at the column called Next Call Date, and you can see that none of our outstanding debt has a call date before 2025. So it's 2016, so we can set the alarm clock for 2023, and that's when we would look at this again. So really, we've done what we can do, and you might remember when I was here last time, I mentioned to you that this discussion started out, we had one bond that looked good for refi, and then the other ones came along as we got closer. So by doing it together, we also accomplished an efficiency for staff. I think that the two staff that I see here would confirm that it was easier for them to do this one time instead of 3 different times, and certainly just taking up time in the board meeting. So I'm on page 29. The county's budget will benefit by almost $750,000. The taxpayers will have $5.5 million to save doing something else with their money that is their choice. And the average annual savings is almost $3 per 100,000. And I guess with property values going up here, that could be a lot more, right? Just multiply that by whatever your assessed value is. And then, of course, almost $350,000 on the CFD bonds. So I'm going to conclude with a little comic here that I like. And this comic is called Baby Blues. And the mom is trying to help the son with his homework. And she says, if peaches are 10 cents each, how much could you buy for $1? And he says, none. And she says, none? I don't like peaches. The fuzz is gross. She says, just pretend you like them. How many could you buy? Maybe 1. 1? No, 10. There's no way I can pretend to like peaches that much. Okay, fine. Let's say they're baseballs. 10-cent baseballs. Are you crazy? Hey, Dad, Mom thinks baseballs cost 10 cents a piece. Look, all I want to know is how many fuzzballs, peach are. It's just a simple math question. And he says, not the way you ask it. So why am I sharing that with you? Because I've been talking about these very detailed numbers, and it might sound like fuzzballs and baseballs and peach balls and something that you didn't want to begin with. But the most important thing is that there's absolutely no reason to spend money on interest that we don't have to. We already received the money on these borrowings, and we already spent it buying things. All we're doing now is paying it back. And if we can pay it back for less, then we should. And we are. And so to me, this is a big success for Calaveras County, and it's been an honor to work with you on this project, and I'll be glad to take any questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Any board questions or comments?
I just thank you. It's a very complex subject, and it was kind of interesting. You made it kind of interesting. Thank you.
So we did good.
I think you did outstanding. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I guess I've tried to emphasize, and maybe I'll just wrap it up with this. The county has operated with best practice standards in this area, which means we didn't jump at the first. All these standards were affecting staff before we even brought it to the debt committee. Then we had a debt committee review that said, okay, this is good enough to kick to the board. Then we went through it with you. Then when you passed your resolutions, you set standards. So even though we went to the market, if we didn't get bids that were good enough, we would have said, okay, we're not selling the CFD, or we're not selling the COP, or whatever it was. We met the standards. And that is how you do better. Best practices. You might not, if you follow best practices, it doesn't mean you win every time. It means that on average, you improve. On average, you do better than the average. And you've done way better than the average, way better than the recommended standards. And you did it in a challenging market. And one of the things I can say is that the CAO was very calm when we pointed out what was going on in the market. And one of the things that happens a lot of times is people think, oh, if the market's going up, let's wait. Well, I always say, well, the market could go up, down, or stay the same, right? Or they say the other part, the market is down, let's proceed. And I say the market could go up, down, or stay the same. So that's why we have the best practices, so that we execute with some discipline. And it is that discipline that causes us to get these kinds of results. So I really have appreciated being in your meeting and seeing a lot of interesting things happen this morning in this room, including some people saying farewell. But one thing I will say that everybody involved in this can be very proud of is, how many people can say, we just put $5 million into the pockets of this community? And the reason I say it's about liberty is because they will choose to spend that money wherever they want. We are not taking it from anybody under the authority of taxation, because we don't need to. And a lot of times, we work with a lot of agencies, they don't pay any attention to this, and they're just overpaying, and it just goes on for years. So I want to commend you on the fiscal stewardship, and this is, obviously, you've had many staff involved, the board's been involved, and it's just been a pleasure to be part of your team, so thank you.
We're going to take public comments now.
Thank you.
Al Segallen, Taxpayer Association. This is a very good presentation, and the idea of getting a free $5 million is really neat. As I understand it, the certificates of deposit are different than bonds. Bonds have different requirements than certificates of deposit. I think one example is on a certificate of deposit, you could use those for operating expenses, but bonds you cannot. And there's some other differences between the two. We're not an expert on that, but we found that the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association helped bring about constitutional change, whereby if a government entity borrows money in a bond issue, it needs to have the approval of the voters. Okay, so sometimes government bodies, including school districts, we had this recently with the high school district, don't want to do that, and they may think that the taxpayers wouldn't approve of the purpose that they're borrowing the money for. So one way around that is certificate of deposits, participation, I'm sorry. And so when you do certificates of participation, you don't have to go to the voters. You just do it. Now, then you're left with this obligation, which is more expensive than it would be if you went and got a bond issue for whatever you wanted to do. So when certificates of deposits of participation are cleared or paid off with a bond issue, and the voters are not aware or approve of what the purpose of the certificate of participation was to begin with, you have a sidestepping of Prop 13, and which can bring some real benefits, but it's kind of like on the edge, because you should allow the taxpayers who are going to fund the new bonds be aware of what the purpose of the certificate of participation are. And if they agree with what that purpose was, then you have no problem. It'd be like a regular bond issue.
20 seconds.
But if you're using it to clear an existing debt that's kind of fuzzy as to what its purpose is, then you're sidestepping Prop 13, and the voters are not being informed fully as to what that money is being used for. Does that make sense?
Thanks, Al.
Thank you.
And if I could just speak to that a little bit. Back in 2017, when the discussion regarding the certificates of participation came up. 2007. Guess I'm not in 17 yet. Seeing into the future. 2007, there was a lot of discussion. There was many presentations to the board and regarding what those are. The certificates of participation are a tax-exempt borrowing, which means they cannot be used for operating costs. They are used for capital improvements. A portion of those was used to purchase the land that the courthouse, and the jail, and the sheriff's office sits on. Other portions of that money were used for capital improvements here at Government Center and continue to be used for capital improvements. But that it wasn't done in a vacuum or blindly or without discussion before the board so that the public was aware about it. The papers were reporting on it. So, and yes, you're correct, it does not require a vote of the populace like bond measures do, but it is a legal method of borrowing for the county, and it was thoroughly vetted before the board, and the public certainly had a chance to weigh in on it when we did this back in 2007.
Thank you.
Not 17.
Yes. All right, thank you. We're going to move on to the next agenda item, unless you guys have any more comments. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did the color comment. That's why I always
I'm just going to go.
Mondays.
Shirley, can you turn the light on also? Okay, item 12 is from the district attorney to approve an increase of appropriations to the district attorney XC Victim Witness Budget Unit 1010200 by $107,780 and to draw on contingency in the amount of $21,950 to the district attorney XC Victim Witness Budget Unit 1010200 as required by XC grant. Both actions require a 4/5 vote of the board.
Good afternoon, Barbara Uke, District Attorney. This is, I think, the fourth time we've been here on the XC grant. The board has already accepted the grant, and this is the technical part with the drawn contingency and the increase for appropriations in order for us to go forward with the grant.
Thank you. Any board comments?
No.
No. Public comments? Bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 13 is from AB 109 to approve fiscal year 2016-17 CCP implementation plan with budget adjustment pursuant to section 1230.1C of the Penal Code. The plan shall be deemed accepted by the Board of Supervisors unless rejected by a 4/5 vote.
Good afternoon. Sam Leach, Chief Probation Officer and Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership here in Calaveras County. The CCP team, or Community Corrections Partnership, that deals with the 109 realignment funding, we're tasked each year with trying to create a response locally to state realignment, essentially. And that was a huge ordeal in 2011. Each year we've kind of reined it in a little bit, and now we're at the point where I'm, happy to report on some of the things that are in this pamphlet. The CCP implementation plan have really become quite stabilized. We're fully staffed over at the Day Reporting Center and have been for the year 2016. We've got a lot of programs that we've been building to that are now in place and running pretty smoothly. I'll highlight a few of those things. I'll try to not take up more than 5 to 10 minutes total of your time. But I wanted to start, one, by saying we come in front of the board a couple of times a year on this. One, because we need your approval on the plan. You guys play an active role in that. With so many of you being honored today, I wanted to highlight that you've had a role in the way that our CCP plan has developed over the years. Specifically, Supervisor Wright, I was thinking this morning as you were up that, you were, in my mind at least, the person who really nudged us and said we should move from this private for-profit day reporting center to a county-run day reporting center. And, there's many of us that are close to the work and get to see what maybe the public doesn't get to see on a day-to-day basis. But some of the stuff that's come out of that, just to highlight a few things, we have a full-time licensed mental health clinician in the jail, a county employee. She's fantastic. She's doing all kinds of programming in our jail that we didn't have before this. We have the same thing at the Day Reporting Center for the people who are getting out and trying to transition in their lives, and the ones that actually are trying to be rehabilitated. We have a work program that started back up this year through the sheriffs, running the work crew that you see around doing a lot of different projects. So, we've had a lot of support from you guys over the years that you've been here, and I wanted to thank you for that. The other time of the year that we come is if we have any adjustments and we need to get this approved, in mid-December, coincidentally, we're 2 days away from the deadline, we have to get this approved and send it into the BSCC, the Board of State and Community Corrections, because they incentivize us sending in the plan along with a survey that we have to do to see how the realignment experiment is going statewide, if you will. And they incentivize that by putting another $100,000 every year to our AB 109 realignment monies. So while all of this is state money, it helps us to have our local response to realignment here be what it has become. And I'm pretty proud of what we've done locally in a very difficult overhaul. So with that, we've got a good cooperative spirit between the district attorney, and they're looking out for victims. We've got I shouldn't have left her out. We've got a victim services coordinator over there at the district attorney's office. That was new this year. The sheriff with running the work crew and with having the AB 109 deputy that does so much for us, with having the clinician going in and out of the jail. That led to us passing the Stepping Up initiative and looking at reducing the prevalence of mentally ill offenders in our jail. So, a lot of good things have come out of this. Angels Camp PD is obviously part of this and routinely attends the meeting. The courts, Health and Human Services has been a huge support in getting us those clinicians and keeping those positions staffed. Accountability in and of itself isn't enough. There's a lot of people that we have that we work with that need that mental health support, and we're getting that thanks to Health and Human Services. So, there's a lot of people involved in this, the courts, the judges, but it's going pretty well. With that, I don't want to go on and on and on, but I will submit to questions, and I should point out that there was a budget adjustment included with this because of some mistakes that I made when we approved the final budget in looking at some of the BECs. So I think it was a $9,000 and something adjustment, no general fund impact. It's all related to 109. Any questions?
Question. Supervisor Oliver and I serve on the Central Sierra Child Support Agency. Do you work with them in regards to, collections and things along that line?
For child support specifically?
Yes.
We have not to this point, no.
Okay. I didn't know if that was something of a concern that had been addressed with this group, or if it's even on the radar screen at all.
Not specific to AB 109, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Perhaps more overlap with the probation unit, but
Okay.
it's definitely something that I'd be interested in hearing more about and see if I'm missing something that we could be doing.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that, they work with the jail and probation, and I didn't know if there was something specific within this program that it was addressing. So we can maybe explore that, but
Okay.
I didn't know if that was something that was on the radar screen for this program.
Any other questions? Any public comment on this, please?
Alsa Gallant Taxpayer Association. Our group toured the new jail recently, and we were really impressed with what's going on there. And one of the things is the efforts in rehab and the amount of services the prisoners get, so they hopefully don't come back. So a lot of this is really good. I think the actual amount is $9,864 that's involved here. But the money apparently is simply a transfer that doesn't involve our general fund and state funding. One of the things that I noticed that this plan shall be deemed accepted by the Board of Supervisors unless rejected by a 4/5 vote. Now that turns the approval process backwards. Usually, when you're dealing in items of money, you want to see a fourth, fifth vote before you would approve that. So this one is just the opposite, and I wonder if the question could be answered, why is it that way? Thank you.
Any other public comment? Do you know the answer to that?
The real short version is that's the way they codified it. And 1230 of the penal code is what specified it. So I definitely don't want to push it anybody's ego. We're appreciative of your support.
It's the law.
Yeah, it's the way that they wrote the law when they did realign.
Very good. Okay, I'll entertain the motion.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4. Okay, we're going to move to, I like these agenda adjustments so much. I'm going to move number 31 is going to be our next agenda item.
Item 31 is from the Sheriff's Office, the approval of a purchase order in the amount of $99,944.49 for a 3D laser scanner from Precision Survey Supply, LLC.
Good afternoon, Jim Macedo from the Sheriff's Office. As the clerk noted, this is a request to purchase a 3D laser scanner. We do have the vendor here with us today for any technical questions that are beyond my expertise. I do need to fix two things on the board packet. There's the second paragraph about 3D laser scanners, and the sentence that starts with a 3D laser scanner measures survey data points at a rate of 50,000. That should be 1 million instead of 50,000. And secondly, the effective range just below that in the same sentence, it says 400 to 500 feet, and the new technology is at 900 feet. So that doesn't change the cost. Those are just improvements to the equipment. We did a small portion of this presentation to the board previously, where we spoke about the need and the use for the tool. So I'm here to take any questions you may have.
And this was already in the budget, correct?
This was requested in the budget, and it's part of the marijuana enforcement funds. So
Yes,
we did that request.
$100,000 was an allocation in the budget, but through both the cannabis registration and a very small portion through AB 443 to cover costs that may not, when it's being used for something other than cannabis and measuring gardens.
Your board comment?
Believe it or not, I'm familiar with this technology and these procedures. $100,000 for a piece of equipment that the layman doesn't understand what is required and what can be done with it.
Did you want me to briefly describe that?
Would you please, Captain?
Sure. This piece of equipment is not unlike those you would see at a construction site that they utilize to, per se, level land. It's basically a computerized instrument on top of a tripod, and a deputy or an investigator or a crime scene investigator going to an investigation could set this tool up, start it, and essentially go do other work at the same time while this thing is taking measurements. It uses laser points to take measurements. Those laser points are then measurable at a later date. So as opposed to when we videotape a crime scene, you cannot measure in 3D with this, with the picture that this generates. We can go back and measure distances per se between property lines and marijuana, between a dead body and a handgun. So it allows us to go back and do some things. Those measurements have held up in court. They've been tested. That documentation is included in the packet. It's basically, a modernized crime scene investigation tool it's becoming kind of standardized throughout law enforcement. Obviously, we're in support of getting this piece of equipment. Had we not had the additional funding, we probably would not have requested it as soon. We were looking at ways to try and fund this in the future. I can certainly tell you our crime scene investigator is looking forward to having the piece of equipment. And without getting into too much detail, when we do go to a large crime scene, an incredible amount of measurements have to be taken between everything, between different points, and that is very time-consuming. And the way we do it now is we measure it by hand, utilizing two people with a long tape measure. And so while they're taking those measurements, they're not able to be out interviewing people associated with a case, so this will shrink down the time with which we're at crime scenes. And so one other case we had recently, we had a body that was over the side of a cliff in a very steep, it was a homicide case, but it was difficult to measure and photograph that, and this tool would have allowed us to suspend that over this kind of dangerous cliff and record the measurements and take basically a digital photograph. In addition, I've mentioned at the last board meeting, we also had a particular marijuana case that had left private property and gone out into BLM land. Had we had this tool, we could have measured that, inserted the property line, so the planning commission or whoever could have taken a look and seen exactly what it was we were speaking about.
Captain, does this allow us to grab everything we possibly can on our initial trip out there? It's been my experience dealing in this as a law enforcement officer and evidence crime scene work. The opportunity to grab all the evidence at the first shot at it is very rare. Sometimes you have to go back. If something will develop, that crime scene may be changed. It's my understanding that this system will capture everything on that crime scene. Is that correct?
That is what it is designed to do. There certainly may be an exception due to an obstruction or something, but yes.
And there's multiple uses for this, but basically for crime scene work, associated crimes dealing with marijuana enforcement inspection. It's kind of a multi-purpose, dual purpose, if you will, technology.
Correct.
Thank you, Captain.
I guess that's my question of the day, is that you're using cannabis money for a tool that you're going to be using for other things. Is that?
And that's why a portion of it is being funded from AB 443, not the entire amount from cannabis.
So it doesn't really matter how much is being used for what?
The Sheriff's Office was going to track that.
And I see on here that the pays for the training time, is really a deputy the best person to use this tool?
No, it would be a crime scene investigator and detectives and deputies. We would obviously train multiple staff. They have offered to come here and conduct the training, so we could insert as many people into that training as we needed to. I can't recall if there was a cap or not. I know the cap was significantly high. I think it was.
Is there an annual cost with this particular piece of machinery to keep the software and things like that updated?
There will be some cost to update the software eventually. Sam, would you mind stepping up? Yes. This is Sam from Precision Survey. Sam is a former law enforcement officer, and he is a vendor that came to the sheriff's office and did a demonstration. We had two separate vendors come. We took a look at both pieces of equipment, and we looked at their capabilities and their effectiveness in so much as using them in the terrain we would be using them in different weather environments. And we were also fortunate enough, we had some people that were known to members of the sheriff's office that had some expertise in lasers that were able to provide us with some expert advice in so much as which piece of equipment was better, comparing the two. So if you have specific questions regarding software updates, I think was the particular question.
The annual maintenance we included in your original proposal. So your first maintenance would be approximately 18 months from delivery, and it would be approximately $3,500 to $4,500.
A year, a month?
Per year.
Per year. That's the maintenance upgrade of the software?
Software, the hardware, calibration, and certification of the equipment.
Does this machine need to be calibrated after each use?
The system actually has a self-calibrating unit, so every time you power it up, the investigator would go through the self-calibration procedures. And if there's actually what's called a phase 1, phase 2 target system, so the instrument's set up and we set a target out at any range or distance you desire, you'd be able to capture the face of the instrumentation of the target. It'll rotate 180 degrees, 270 on the axis, and capture the same point and give you the error margin. And if it doesn't meet or fit within the standard criteria, it won't let you go on. So it's designed not to allow any investigator to capture bad or incorrect data.
All right, thank you. Have any public comment now?
I still have questions.
Oh, sorry.
So I guess overall, it's more of a comment. We're looking at $100,000 for a piece of equipment here that's going to be used for crime scene type investigations, and it looks like for measurement of cannabis grows. Do you see other things within the department that it can be used for? Other situations?
Yes, as I noted, homicide scenes, other serious or violent crimes, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Are there other agencies that would possibly benefit by this particular piece of equipment?
I know the California Highway Patrol already has one, and as far as the Angels Camp Police Department, I haven't reached out to them to see if they would benefit from the piece of equipment. Certainly the District Attorney's Office would benefit from the evidence produced by that equipment for in a trial or court setting, and as I mentioned earlier, the Planning Commission and perhaps the board when you're seeing appeals or something related to marijuana.
Okay. And I guess then I look at, it's a huge capital purchase, so I look at training and maintaining this equipment. And one of the things I kind of go back to, and this may not be something you can answer, but, we approved on the board several years ago those machines that will test for noise levels. Do we have those in operation?
We do.
We do. We use them frequently?
No, we do not use them frequently. We use them infrequently. When we do approach people, we now, and this was explained when we obtained the purchase of that decibel reader equipment, that we would be explaining to folks that were violating the noise ordinance that we would come back and utilize that machine and issue them the citation. And therefore, most people are taking the advice of the deputy on scene. So we have utilized it. As a matter of fact, we utilized it in a horrific homicide before. So we have utilized the machine in addition to the noise issue. But again, if you recall, the purpose of purchasing that and strengthening our noise ordinance at the same time was done not to run around and cite everybody for noise issues. It was to prevent us from having to go back out to those calls multiple times, expending funds.
Okay. Because I was just concerned if we had that equipment, if everybody was trained up on it and using it like it was intended, just like I'm looking at this here. It looks like the cannabis is using it, the monies from the cannabis is the majority of the purchase. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That is how it was budgeted. Again, the sheriff's office was committed to, looking at what the use is and how much will be used for cannabis versus other crimes.
And if we, don't have cannabis in the future, then what?
They will have to find the money in their budget to cover the software costs, updates, and what have you. But once the purchase has occurred, the purchase has occurred.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of comments. Okay. Probably for Mr. Saeed, if you'll come up and Captain remain there for us. Supervisor Bonte brought up a very interesting concept. Where is the nearest unit like this in the state of California? Do you guys know? You gentlemen know?
From here, it would be one of my clients. It would be the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, California Highway Patrol, Main Investigations Unit. They have 11 units throughout the state. Sacramento County Sheriff's, Oakland Police Department, Concord, Stockton, and so forth.
Who is MATE? What is MATE?
Major Accident Investigations Team. They're the unit that facilitates, investigates fatality collisions on the highways.
So, and MATE is subject to call out on severe major incident, right?
Correct. So the California Highway Patrol unit, Major Accident Investigations Team, usually will only respond in multiple fatalities resulting in one incident. So if you have one tragedy, they won't respond. It usually needs to be a multiple, or if there's some sort of state liability, then that unit would come out and investigate. And they're using the 3D scanners.
So technically, you could take the results of this scan in the field, if you will, and send that to an agency that's utilizing this type of equipment, and they can actually do an investigation based on that raw data or finished product. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then that kind of opens the door to other agencies that Supervisor Ponte said. I understand Angels Camp does their own accident investigation. Jackson PD does their own accident investigation. But we have something that can be utilized to those agencies that may or may not have the capabilities or the finances to do this. That could be a marketable thing to those agencies. Is that correct, Captain?
Yes, it certainly would. I mean, we would be cautious on how often we deployed staff or the machine due to the cost. But yes, I mean, we are team players. We do utilize equipment and training across county lines or city borders when it's necessary. I think it's important to do that. Not every agency in this state is equipped similarly. So it is important to work together, and that's all part of the mutual aid system.
Do you know of any, Mr. Syed, do you know of any contract with law enforcement agencies that operate in that fashion in the state, where they will actually hire services from a different agency or from a private sector, if you will, a qualified, certified private sector? Does that exist?
Yes, it does.
And where basically is that located at?
Ontario Police Department currently is contracted by the City of Fontana to handle all of their officer-involved collisions. And as a private contract, we also provide crime scene investigative services to cities similar to Montclair, Laverne, in Southern California, where they're smaller agencies where they don't have the funding to purchase a piece of equipment on their own, so they would contract privately to a company like myself.
And you can see something of that with our county sheriff's department, with the utilizing this equipment and doing those services, even on a mutual aid basis, or even on a contractual basis. Is that feasible, Captain?
I would not want to contract for this particular type of service or equipment, Supervisor Oliveira. We try to be very self-sufficient here in Calaveras County. As you know, we're a long ways away from major metropolitan areas. We have staff sitting on crime scenes incurring overtime rates while they're waiting for equipment to be deployed. Basically, it's not advisable. It's why we try to be self-sufficient with our SWAT team, our bomb team. We have not had certain services before, crime scene stuff, and you are beholden to other agencies to put you in a queue and decide when they're going to deploy equipment or staffing to you. And that is a very weak position to be in when you're investigating crimes, especially heinous crimes, the violent crimes where you have victims. You also have the preservation of the crime scene relating to weather issues, changing conditions. So I can tell you from past experience, it is incredibly uncomfortable, and it also can cause problems with your crime scene and your trials and your cases if you are waiting for long periods of time for assistance to arrive.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. We're going to move on to public comment.
Shirley, can you clarify how much is coming from the cannabis and how much is coming from them?
Can we wait till after the public comment?
Sure.
Thank you.
Very good, especially explanation by Jim. I pulled the item because I saw the $100,000, and I've got a scanner in my office. It's less than $1,000, and I thought, well, gee whiz, we got to find out more about this puppy. And I learned a lot right here. And some of the questions that Michael had are very good. Do we know, if we had this machine, how many times last month would we use it? Or if we don't know that, how many times last year would we use it? If it's like once or something like that, maybe renting might be a better deal. And maybe we should ask the question, what would it cost to rent the machine with an operator? It doesn't make sense to train a deputy to operate the machine if he's not going to be using it very often. It might be cheaper to go ahead and hire an expert with the machine to come in and get the job done, get in and get out, if we had an idea of the cost. And so it may be that it's not a good idea. Maybe it's not financially feasible. And perhaps if the work was done by contract, it may not be as admissible in court as evidence. I don't know if that's true, but that's a possibility. So anyway, the question is, how often will we use it, and what does it cost to rent it? Thank you.
Hold on. We're going to wait till public comment.
I was going to ask you, do you want me to answer the questions after the conclusion of all the public comments?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Executive Director, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. I had a question echoing Supervisor Ponte about what percentage of the total cost is coming out of the funds from the fees from the urgency ordinance.
Yeah, we're going to get to that.
Okay, so we'll get to that. If I think employing this tool is something that we could absolutely get behind. I mean, there's been a couple of instances where people have disputed the county's measurements or where property line overlays have been, people have asserted they're incorrect. I think that this could perhaps clear that up. The question is, if the fees are paying for the majority of that, I would hope that that machine was employed frequently. And so my question to the Sheriff's Department would be, is this going to go out on every inspection or only some of them? What's going to determine when the machine is employed and who is going to run it? Is it the Sheriff's Department or code compliance? And that's it. Thank you.
My name is Raymond Smith. I would just like to first remind the board of state Supreme Court decision on Prop 215 that basically defined that you cannot be convicted if you're a card-holding cannabis patient. And I don't really see why we should be spending $100,000 plus whatever it would take to keep this up. I mean, I do really support if there's any heinous crimes, if there's any tragedies that befall any citizens or any of my neighbors. I support any means that we can to help that investigation. But at the same time, I would not like to see cannabis patients investigated with something that costs this much money based on the fact that they cannot be convicted. And I do urge you, by the way, to look into this Supreme Court hearing. It's a full ruling. I believe it is still binding today in trial courts and all. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Any other public comment?
Patricia Gordo, Burson. I think tools are very important, and it saves a lot of time and cuts to the chase. And so that's my comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other public comments?
The first question I'll answer is how often would it have been used? I know it would have been used yesterday in a shooting investigation. Can everybody hear me okay? How often? It would depend on the particular need. It's hard to predict, what types of complaints are going to come in. I can tell you it would be used frequently. We wouldn't be asking for it. I know there was a question of whether or not this was a good idea. I can tell you the Sheriff's Office wouldn't have invested the time, the amount of money, nor would we have had somebody come up from Southern California had we not sat down internally and had two separate meetings and a lengthy discussion with both the administration and the user as far as the appropriateness or the usability of the equipment. And I know I emphasized this earlier, but when you have people who can set up a machine, start it, and go do other things, essentially multitask at the same time, I don't want to tell you that this tool is going to pay for itself immediately, but I believe over time there's going to be a great amount of efficiency in there, whereas opposed to two people holding two measuring tapes, measuring point by point. Sometimes that takes hours and hours. If we did have this machine take a picture of the front of the Sheriff's Office, and within a few minutes it had the entire Sheriff's Office drawn up, and we particularly wanted to look at how it measured the foliage, the trees around the Sheriff's Office, considering we were going to be measuring marijuana. And again, it did a good job, and we were able to measure the actual plants and foliage and pick that up well, not just hard objects. And as far as percentage between regular crimes and marijuana, and will it be taken to every inspection site? No, it will not. It will be taken along when we believe there's a purpose and a use, or if we believe there may be a purpose or a use on that particular day.
And if I could just add, there was a lot of discussion when we were going through budget regarding this piece of equipment, because my questions probably mirrored some of what's in the audience and the boards as to I had only seen this used on TV for investigation of crimes, and Dr. Macedo explained to me the nature of measuring the gardens, that it would save time and it would be much more accurate than being out there with a tape measure, and that was the main intent of the purpose. And the question I asked was, will it be used for other things should the crimes arise? And he said yes. And it's really hard to determine because what percent it will be, and that will be something that will need to be tracked. But as far as allocation in the current budget, $10,000 is coming from AB 443, $90,000 was allocated from the registration program because it was felt that initially that is where the bulk of the time is going to be spent, is measuring those gardens.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Debbie, did that get your
Yeah,
question answered?
it answered my questions. I just, no doubt this tool would probably be very beneficial and helpful to law enforcement. But, after hearing the presentation earlier today about just being able to get out with boots on the ground to inspect farms and get farms permitted, I don't see where this tool is going to be helpful in that regards. Perhaps if we pursue this and we're going to have a permanent regulation and that sort of thing, then yeah, this would probably be a good tool for enforcement of a permitted process that we have. But right now, it's all about getting things licensed and up to speed, if that's the direction we're going to continue to go in. And I'm just concerned that this purchase might be a little premature at this point in our process.
Any other board comments?
I do, Chair. Our government, our well-being in this county and our nation, our states, is by the will of the people and the vote of the people. People of Calaveras County voted in Proposition C. Granted, there's some things up in the air about that. We have an opportunity to obtain a tool to not only make our inspections in regards to Proposition C more accurate and immediate. We have the opportunity to verify those sizes of canopies with fairness to both growers and opposition, if you will. We also have the opportunity to do the best job we can to investigate those associated crimes. And I'm not saying the cannabis systems are the results of all those crimes. To see that we haven't had crimes is totally incorrect. We know what's happened in Calaveras County so far. We know what's going to be happening in Calaveras County, and I'm not saying that a certain entity is to blame for that. But we saw it just as recently in my district, where we had a shooting occur and we don't know where it happened at. But we have to find out. It happened in Calaveras County. This is a tool to make that job the best accurate job we can do. I'd like to talk about the availability of prosecution with our district attorney. As she will probably tell you, that the best evidence we can provide in a court of law to make sure that we have, number one, the right person on trial, number two, that we don't make mistakes, and number three, to see that justice is served. We need every tool we can get to make sure that we can do our job right, in all fairness to everybody. And I highly recommend that we purchase this equipment and put it to use as soon as we possibly can.
Thank you.
For the betterment of all the county.
Thank you, Mike. Okay. Well, I will entertain a motion.
So move.
Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No?
No.
3-1, motion carries. Okay, now we're going straight to item 15.
Item 15 is from the Administrative Office to approve the attached budget adjustment for the Coroner's Office 1010040 with the draw on contingencies in the amount of $106,000. This requires a 4/5 vote of the board.
And so the coroner was, had planned to be here when this was going to originally be heard at the last board meeting, but we did not have a quorum because it required, a 4/5 vote. There were only 3 board members here. He has fully expended the line items that covers autopsies. I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault, see.
The line item in his budget that covers the cost of the mortuary services, autopsies, and pathology services have been almost fully expended, and he's estimating that it will take an additional $106,000 to cover the second half of the year. That was about the amount that was originally in his budget for those line items. We've seen an increase in costs for autopsies and pathology services. He was also out, so increased the mortuary service cost. There is no way during budget to really clearly estimate what those costs are going to be over the year. We did have to add an additional amount at his budget last year at mid-year, but not to this extent. But he will be unable to pay the bills or provide any of the necessary services if this is not approved. And I could make a comment, but I won't.
Public comment?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. I'm just curious, what kind of cases would surprise a coroner? I mean, is it's deaths by suspicious means? I mean, if someone just has a heart attack and dies, is there a coroner expense? Or is this a result of crime? Or is it related to what the traditional death rate is in the county, where you get so many people that die and you just have to, the coroner has to do something? What drives the need for the coroner's office and asking for more money? Not that I'm just curious, that's all.
And I'm
Are
not...
you done with your comments?
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on the subject, but my understanding is accidental death, homicide, suspicious death. If somebody dies and has not seen a doctor in, I think it's 48 hours, 20, or
6 months.
6 months, or an autopsy is required. So you're paying for the autopsy, you're paying for the body storage, you're paying for the pathology services, because they'll have to do testing on the body to determine the cause of death, et cetera, et cetera.
And basically, it's all driven by state law.
Yes, it is.
I could, and I believe I might be able to address being in that field at one time.
Well, I appreciate if we didn't go too deep into the woods.
Do I get 3 minutes?
You get as much time as you want, Supervisor. But
I just want to make sure that we've answered the question at hand. Have we done that, Mr. McManus?
I think so.
You satisfied with that?
I didn't know there was a reason why this year.
Okay, wait, now, Mike, you're breaking all the laws. So you're talking to the body. Let's just move to a vote.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
You got to catch a bus.
I'm going to be out of here at 5.
Item 16 is from the Building Department to approve an increase in appropriations to the Building Department Budget Unit 10100580 in the amount of $50,000 to fund a contract with the California Highway Patrol to provide civil standbys for Calaveras County Code enforcement offers requiring a 4/5 vote of the board. The department has requested that this item be tabled to the January 10th meeting.
This morning, Mike's asked me to speak on his behalf here.
So let's continue then.
The building director requires that code enforcement officers be accompanied by a peace officer for the purposes of conducting site inspections for cannabis. And, of course, that has resulted in an additional burden borne by the Sheriff's Department. And as you've heard multiple times throughout the course of today, he's overstretched and understaffed as it is. I think he has 14 vacancies. He also is down 3 even on his marijuana enforcement task force. And so they're really overworked, and they can't really provide the resources that code enforcement needs. To date, they've only been able to provide accompaniment to code enforcement officers on September 20th, September 28th, September 29th, October 4th, November 1st, November 4th, and November 18th. And that is all. So it's 6 days out of the past 3 months. And he did make officers available on 2 other occasions, but code enforcement couldn't accompany them. So at this point, in order for code enforcement to be able to carry out their function, the building department is asking that he be able to enter into a contract with CHP in order to conduct these site inspections. And it's important to point out that this contract is wholly funded by the Marijuana Program Fee Fund. So it doesn't cost the general fund anything, costs taxpayers nothing, and reduces the burden on the sheriffs. If you vote against it, the burden remains on the sheriff, and it means that the code enforcement officers who are tasked with conducting these inspections would have no control whatsoever over when they're able to have those inspections, and would be unable to do their jobs. So, and as was indicated by the clerk, it's a 4/5 vote. So all 4 of you would need to support this in order to have it go forward, and I would ask that you would, and the building department and the code enforcement officers tasked with these inspections hope that you will. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions?
Yeah, I had a question for Todd if he is here.
Todd's not here, but I probably can answer the question.
My understanding is that there was a purchase of bulletproof vests for the code enforcement officers. Is that true?
I am not aware that that occurred. I had not heard that. I'm not aware that happened. He may have. I don't know.
No, to the best of my knowledge. I mean, there was not a requested appropriation at budget time for those vests. I am not aware of them purchasing them, but maybe they have. I can check into it.
I was just wondering what kind of harm's way we're employing them when we're having had to stand by the highway patrol, and so I'm just sort of curious.
The building department has gone ahead and done many of the inspections, if not most, of the personal and caregiver grows. And also there is quite a bit of communication between code enforcement and some of the cultivators. And those sites that are known to code enforcement employees have been dealt with by Courtney. He's a very experienced code enforcement officer who knows virtually everyone in the community, and he's felt comfortable inspecting those sites without being accompanied by code enforcement. But the other remaining 3 officers are young code enforcement officers, and they have not gone out to any commercial grows unaccompanied.
So I guess my understanding is that this is a short-term agreement for about 6 months, and this is nothing out of the ordinary that the CHP doesn't do. They're known to...
That's true. I actually worked on this contract with Sergeant Davis, who was honored here earlier, and he's done many of these contracts. They even do these contracts with private individuals for security purposes. What happens is CHP officers in neighboring jurisdictions and this jurisdiction sign up for this extra duty, and they are paid on an overtime basis. But they were actually used by PG&E after the Butte fire to inspect all of the power lines after the fire, because often PG&E had to go on private property without permission. So the CHP contract, exactly like this, was used for that purpose.
And can you tell me who is going to coordinate this service? Will this be coming out of the building department then?
It would be.
Make the phone call to say, on this day, we're going to have these inspections and we need your services?
That's correct. The CHP sergeant, the new one who's replacing Mr. Davis, will be working directly with Sabrina Cable, who is in charge of the 3 code enforcement officers who handle exclusively marijuana-related issues.
Okay. Thank you.
And if I may, I just got an email from the auditor controller informing me that the bulletproof vests were purchased for the code enforcement officers.
All right.
You did a good job there.
All right. Any other board questions or comments?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. This caused me a little concern when I first learned about it, because here we are in our county, we're going to an outside agency, if you will. After discussing this with the sheriff, I knew why. We are working our deputies so much overtime, we're beating them up. It's not the promise of $1 now, it's a promise of getting home the same way you left when you wanted to go to work. I'm familiar with a program like this with the CHP. In my private profession, with construction, where we hired CHP officers to provide traffic safety and control on our large freeway projects, airport projects and stuff. But one other factor that really concerns me is going back to giving the folks a fair shake. If you pay $5,000 fee for a commercial grow application, and we're in a backlog, if you will, of not getting these applications processed, because not everybody, and I'm not pointing fingers, is playing by the rules, and we have danger out there. We need to protect our people. Reluctantly, I would highly recommend that we look at this and approve it, to make sure that we get everybody back home when they leave in the morning.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment?
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. I absolutely agree that keeping county employees safe is one of the highest priorities of the county. I agree with Supervisor Oliveira on a couple points. First of all, as a long-time now retired general contractor, I had the occasion of being on jobs hundreds of times when code compliance or building inspectors would come on the site, and I never saw one come on my site that had an armed escort with them. So this is probably a conversation or comments that I'm making as we look ahead. When we have these types of activities, how are we going to deal with it on a short-term basis, on a long-term basis, keep everyone safe? You know, CHP is a 5-star agency. Of course they can keep people safe. But how much longer are we going to take money on a temporary basis to solve a problem that could be solved within this county if the Sheriff's Department was properly funded? When we start taking money and sending it to another agency, that's fine that they can fill in. But I think we need to start looking at how do we start diverting money or finding money to fix the problem the long term, and not for the duration of a CHP contract, which I don't disagree with. But when we've got this kind of danger out there, it says something about our county. When county employees are not allowed to do their job without fearing life or limb is at risk, there is something desperately wrong. A short-term contract with the CHP may or may not do it. Certainly keep them safe for a while. But I encourage supervisors after the first of the year to look down the road and say, how can we make this a permanent part of our county, of county government, of public safety? Public safety also includes public employees. And when something comes up, do we have to wait until we can contract it out, or do we have the assets and resources ourselves to take care of this problem so that either the task doesn't have to wait or that people have to be put at risk? And that includes public employees and sheriff's deputies who enter into dangerous areas, sometimes without backup. You know, why are we putting that burden on them? We have the resources. Do we have the will to resolve those problems? And so whether there's marijuana in the county or not makes no difference at all. If there's danger out there, it's up to the board to address public safety, and that includes employees as well. But I hope we start becoming more self-sufficient, just like buying the imaging system. That made us self-sufficient. We don't have to wait for someone to fly in from Southern California. We don't have a crime scene deteriorate because of weather and lose a case. We have to stand on our own, and I hope that the board going into the future, will adopt that philosophy so that we don't have to keep doing this over and over again. We're able to take care of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaz Tomaszewski, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. If we're talking about relative safety of the situation, I think the most effective thing to look at in regards to the necessity of some type of police escort or civil standby is the history of the code compliance officers that have been doing inspections on properties out here for a number of years in the past before this program. These officers know almost all of us by now, and they're still standing. Now, they've had some scary encounters, pretty much every one of them. They've learned about who the real bad guys are out there. But in regards to the relative risk, I think it's important to pay attention to, but also not to exaggerate. In regards to, and again, I can't believe it's happening twice in one day, but I agree with Mr. McManus in that I think self-sufficiency and treating the cause, not just the symptom of this current backlog issue, is important. I mean, at the heart of this is staffing of Sheriff's Department. And in some degrees, some other departments as well, which comes back to funding. And yes, that fix needs to happen. Budgets need to be talked about. More sources of money need to be found. But I think that's also admittedly a long process. It's going to take some time. And it leaves the county looking for Band-Aids. What's going to help us in the meantime until we can solve that major problem? I think, from where we sit, the biggest thing that's going to help that would be Measure C. That large fund of money that can actually give a chance to increase salaries of Sheriff's Department, and they should be in it. Wish they were here to hear me say that. But in the meantime, something needs to be done. Now, this type of contract is, quite frankly, I'm out of my depth in being able to read it and tell you if it's fair or if it's great in the long term. But I can attest to the fact that, yes, we need to do something to boost the rate in inspections and get this handled for everyone. And from that side of things, I do support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Raymond Smith, I live in Valley Springs. I would just like to remind the board, earlier we had a discussion about resources that would be allocated for the IHSS and the caregivers, the providers for that. I would like to just say that even the commercial grows in this county are compassionate grows. It's all in the name of compassion, and they're providing medicine for compassionate use. This really, this aspect of danger, I do believe is real in some instances, but across the board, I believe it's farce. It's more of a something that should be looked beyond and not just at, because these are good people, these are our neighbors, and I think these are safe folks. But also, this is about resource accountability, and I do support public service, so I do support this contract. But I would just like to also say that resources need to be accounted for. So I do support this.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Bring back to the board. Any board comment, questions? Looking for a motion.
I would make a motion to approve.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. We're going to take a break now. We'll come back at 3:45. All right, ready? Yes.
Item 17 is from the Agricultural Department to accept funding from the California Agricultural Commissioners and Sealers Association in the amount of $2,000 for agricultural field inspector equipment and approve an increase of appropriations to the Agriculture Department's budget unit 101000420 in the amount of $2,000. Requires a 4/5 vote of the board.
Eric Mayberry, Agriculture Department, and I think she did a fairly good summary. And just in summary, I'd just like to mention that this is money that they've set aside for each county to be able to get 2 of these tablets, and so it won't cost the county anything. We're going to be getting that money back. So if the county were to approve this, we would purchase the equipment, and then we would immediately get that money back.
All right, thank you. Any public comment?
This is a very easy question. What is a Sealers Association?
Any other public comment before you answer that?
No, just that question.
No other people?
Mark Bolger, Mountain Ranch. As a commercial cannabis farmer and what I would like to consider myself a member of the agricultural community, this is the backbone of our economy. This is the backbone of our county. Anything we can do to help the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, I'm all for. I think this is, it sounds like the state's going to be picking up the brunt of it. Yeah. Whatever we can do in this county to help support them, right by me. So thank you guys very much.
Any other public comments? No. Go ahead.
To answer the question that was asked, the Sealers is the head of the Weights and Measures Department. So every county has an ag commissioner and a county sealer. We're a small county, so the ag commissioner and sealer is the same person.
I couldn't connect that. Every day I learn something new.
Good question, Al. Okay, I bring it back to the board. Questions, comments?
Make a motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Item 18 is from the Human Resources Department to approve a resolution authorizing a recruitment and a relocation incentive for Sheriff Deputy 1 and 2 classification.
Good afternoon, Board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. Today I am bringing before you a resolution authorizing a recruitment and relocation incentive for the Sheriff Deputy 1-2 position. As everybody knows, we are having a very difficult time recruiting deputies. POST, which is the Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission, has reported that since 2010, the open positions for California law enforcement officers has increased by 603%, and that's just in California. This is 2010, so this is prior to all of the recent events that has started occurring. So since the recent events, enrollment into the Post Academy has gone down dramatically. And so we are all of the counties, when I go to CPAC to my association with all the HR professionals, we are all looking for the same positions. Sacramento is down near 200 officers. Stockton is down over 150 officers. So we are all in the same boat. So those few officers that are graduating from the academy, the few officers that are looking for positions, we are all going after the same people. There's not any quick answers. This resolution is not a fix to the looking at the rates that we are paying deputies, but it is something that we are trying to incentivize those that are looking for the positions. So what I worked with the sheriff when I met with Sheriff DiBasilio is we are looking to offer a $2,000 relocation bonus for those who live outside of Calaveras County by 50 miles. And so they would be required to be moving into Calaveras County. And then those that are signing on, not those that we are sending through the academy, but those that are coming in who already have their post certificates, we will be paying a $5,000 bonus to. After they complete the first year, they will get a $2,000 of the $5,000 bonus. Completion of the second year would be $1,500, and then the third year would be the final $1,500. So the $5,000 would be paid out over 3 years, so that hopefully it will also kind of help with the retention.
So this is just another tool in the toolbox of trying to find, recruit, and retain deputies within the county. As Ms. Hawkins stated, we work with the Sheriff's Department trying to come up with a plan to make our county more attractive and to have them stay here once they, at least for 3 years, hopefully. As you know, we've done other programs. We've done the recruitment program where we actually put a candidate through the academy and we pay for their post and we pay an extra higher wage while they're going through it. We've done the, for current employees of the Sheriff's Office, we've done a
Limited term.
I'm sorry?
The limited term.
Yeah, a career ladder limited term so that they can move, say, from correctional officer or dispatcher into post academy and become a deputy. And this is just another tool in the toolbox until such time as we go into union negotiations and do our class and comp study, but to hopefully to attract and retain deputies.
And the recruit program has been successful in talking with Captain Macedo and the sheriff. One of the things that is becoming one of the things that we have discussed is also experience of the officers. And so we would also like to attract some more experienced officers, so we do have that experience.
All right, thank you. Any public comment? Any board comment?
Chair, I have a comment. Just so I understand correctly, in order to qualify for this bonus, you have to move into the county
Yes.
council? Is there any legal ramifications of that? Are you aware of?
It's not the retention bonus that requires you to move in, it's the relocation bonus. So we're actually, if they choose to relocate into the county, then they get the moving costs.
That clarifies it. Thank you very much, C.A. O'Brien.
Certainly.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll so move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Item 19 is also from the Human Resources Department to adopt a resolution allowing a change to the position control list for Health and Human Services agencies, Social Services Supervisor 1 and 2.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. I am bringing before you a resolution to adopt allowing the change to the position control list for Health and Human Services Agency, adding a Social Services Supervisor. I have been working closely with the Human Services Agency since I started a year and a quarter ago. And one of the things that has come to light with working with Mary Sawicki, with John Lawless, and then now with our new director, is that we definitely have, we've had a lot of new services that we're adding in this past year and the years to come. And so our supervisors play a key role in our child welfare services and then also our adult protective services. In the past, there was a national study done, and the supervisory staff ratios within child welfare was advised to be 1 to 5. Later, they updated it 1 to 7. Our supervisors in social services we have 2, one on child welfare side and one on adult protective, are supervising 12 employees each. And so it's very important that we give them the tools to be successful, to be able to train their staff and to address the needs of their employees so their employees are successful as well as themselves. With the upcoming changes in 2017, there are a lot more services that are to be expected. And I also have our new director here that can discuss those.
And the other thing I was going to add is these are federally and state mandated programs. It's not like we have a choice as to whether or not we can do these programs. We are required under state and fed guidelines and mandates to do the programs. And this was actually meant to be included at, during the budget process. However, with the changeover in the retirement of the prior director, and it just got missed.
Good. Any public comment? Any board comments?
Mr. Chair, just to confirm that this does not impact the general fund. This is included in the grant funding of our services.
That is correct.
Do you entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 20 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution to authorize the purchase of 2 Vermeer BC 1200 XL chipper trailers for $42,808.37 each, including taxes and fees, plus an extended warranty of $7,191.23 for a total not to exceed amount of $99,999.20 from RDO Equipment Company.
Thank you. Jeff Krovitz, Public Works Director. We currently have 2 chippers, 2 tow-behind chippers in our fleet. One of them is no longer viable. The other one is running, being repaired. They are at the end of their useful life. We had this item identified in the budget, as the purchase is very nearly in excess of the amount approved for CAO. It must go to board, or it should go to board. It's close enough for us. And we would recommend that this be approved. We currently are using our 1 chipper, and for some activities, we are using some chippers that were received by CAL FIRE on the grant funds for fuels reduction along county-maintained roadways. Questions?
Question, just clarification. I see here we're looking at chippers. You look both at diesel and gas models. Was there a difference over one or the other? Are we looking at just...
Diesels tend to run longer, lower overall maintenance costs, but they do require a higher order of experience in terms of the technical experience to keep them running. Since they tend to be a higher polluting motor and we have to meet air quality standards, they cost a little bit more. We were lucky on this one that because we were buying 2, I think we got a very aggressive price. The gas chippers tend to be able to fire up quicker, run a little bit hotter, but not last as long. But it's not the motors that really require the majority of the maintenance. It's the cutter blades and the size of the screens in terms of what the product is being made. And the more we can keep pieces of iron out of the waste stream, the better off we are.
Thank
Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions?
Sure, I have a question.
If I could just make a clarification on this item, there is no resolution attached, so you're not adopting a resolution. If the board chooses, you'll be just authorizing the purchase of the chippers.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mike, did you have a question?
I lost my train of thought.
I
do. I just found me. I just got it back. I understand we have an extended warranty program with these chippers. What does that warranty program entail? Hours of service, days of years of service?
I don't know the specific details of it, but I can only tell you what my assumption is. I only had a brief conversation with our fleet manager. He asked me about it. It gives us an extended warranty on both the motor, the chipper blades, the hydraulics, so that if something breaks down, instead of us having a 2-year bumper to bumper, as it were, it now is a 4 or 5 year. So that's what we're purchasing for the additional $9,000.
Because these units are very susceptible to breakdown due to the type of service they're involved in.
These tow behinds can probably take up to about a 12-inch diameter log. So, and they hammer that out, meaning that it is pulverized, not cut. and you're using high carbon blades, and using a large heavy flywheel that spins to cut this down. Yeah, they're not as loud as one would expect, but it is a violent process, best I can say. Not as violent as the tub grinder that we purchased last year, but yeah. But our tub can take a 6-foot diameter log as opposed to a 12-inch diameter log.
Thank you, Mr. Corpus.
Further questions?
Public comments? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comments?
Probably the most useful piece of equipment we can have right now, so I make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
Item 21 is from the Public Works Department to review the Calaveras Transit fiscal year 2015-16 year-end performance report.
Good afternoon. Deborah Mullen from Public Works. We have today the year-end performance report for transit, and it contains 4 sections of information. Includes the performance metrics, how operation of transit has performed in the last half year. It gives figures system-wide and by individual routes. There's an analysis of all the service extensions and a summary of the community participation of Calaveras Transit. And there can be other sections as well. In this case, we have some input from other transit agencies that have faced some similar challenges to those we've faced. So in the performance metrics, the fare box recovery ratio, that's the ratio of revenue to operating costs, and our target is always to, our minimum target is 10%, and we're going to hope to achieve 14% going forward. In this case, we fell short, and it's 9.37%. That excludes the figures, the revenues and expenditures for the Delta Gold Line, which is still in its first couple years, so you can exclude those numbers from the ratio. The operating cost per vehicle service hours is another notable figure. It is $100.60, has been continuing to decrease, so that's good there. So the system-wide figures give this last year and a comparison of the last year. Things have continued to decline. This is ridership. Ridership has been declining, and it continues to decline. That puts all our performance measures down. And that's true of all routes. But some have been, doing a good job on the fare box recovery ratio. The Route 3, that's between San Andreas and Jackson, has over a 10% fare box recovery ratio. And between Angels Camp and Columbia College, aces them all at 13.75%. So in this last 2-year cycle, we have initiated some service extensions, which I consider now on the chopping block, and that's something we'll discuss going forward. One is the on-demand extension to Burson. That's we can go to Burson from Valley Springs if someone calls in advance. This was initiated as part of the unmet transit needs process, and people had signed a petition and said they were going to use this service, but they did not to any great extent, and so we're kind of proposing to cut that section. And I've talked to the people since then who did provide that petition. They said they like having the service as an option, but they don't anticipate using it more. That said, the other extension is the loop in Rancho Calaveras from bus goes to Vista del Lago, and then it has a loop around through up through Hart-Dixon, Garner, and back. That also has been on our new plan, is going to be cut. Their service extension is to Stockton. That hasn't been in place long enough to consider it. It could use more riders, and we've got some ways to bring that along. All this bad performance, I want to finish quickly and move on to the next part of the transit presentation, which is to introduce a new service. But that's a separate item, so I'll entertain any questions you have on the performance report.
I have a question. Deborah, on the Saturday hopper, is it too soon to kind of evaluate that service? I don't think it's been a year yet.
It hasn't been a year. It's been in effect since July only. And that's rather a separate item. Yeah, it's too soon. We're proposing a big change in that one, too, so that's also part of the next one.
Okay. Any other comments, questions from the board? Any public comments? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving to item 22, which is also from the Public Works Department, to introduce a new transit service plan, release for public review and input, and set a public hearing for January 10th, 2017 for consideration and approval.
All right. So this is to introduce a new service plan that's been quite a while in the making in response to poor performance reports and to just an evaluation of the service and see how we can do better. Like I said, it's a complete overhaul of the current system, and you'll see if you look at the attachment to your item that we're not calling the routes Route 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're giving them colors. They don't exactly correlate to them. So we can't compare what was to what will be. But they've been just revamped to bring the buses to where the potential riders are. We think that it will not only get more riders, but provide better connections so that somebody from Arnold can get on their service, connect to the line, the main line goes on 49, have options of going out any direction. So that was the point of that. It changes all the fixed routes. This Saturday service is going to have, we propose that it cut some routes to Valley Springs, but add Arnold. And this is a response. We have both local residents who live in Arnold and have errands and jobs on Saturdays that they would use the bus for. We have some passengers that get rides to Murphy's to catch the hopper. So we want to make that more useful for everybody. We want to bump up the passengers, the ridership on the Saturday hopper. The Delta Gold Line has only some minor time points changed, and this is with the eye for making better connections so that people can come from all the other routes for both the morning and the afternoon Delta Gold Line. So at this meeting, and I'm really happy to be able to do this with the current board and then bring it back in January in the next board. You guys know that there's been a lot of information of transit. It's sort of a very rich area, a lot of information, a lot of studies, and so I'd like to get your input and input from all the community into this proposal. I've reached out to, well, generally the routes are based on the short-range transit plan, the study that was done and completed this year, the 2014 Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan, public agencies, quite a number of them, various county departments, probation, public health, we've worked with them. A lot of those agencies have meetings, and they need for their clients to be able to get to them using public transportation. Done outreach at various community events, and just talked to people in all over the county and about what's wrong with transit for their lives and how it can meet some of their needs. And for the most part, you know, a lot of people say, yeah, I would love to use it. I would love for my student to use it, my relatives, my visitors, but it doesn't go where we are, or where we need to be. It doesn't go the time. This process is guided, the public hearing and the outreach is all guided by our Title VI public participation plan that establishes procedures to encourage full participation of the community, including but not limited to low-income and minority individuals and those with limited English proficiency. To that end, I enlist your help, any groups that you attend to, and you know, let them know that this is a public comment period. We've got it posted everywhere, and you know, particularly the Calaveras Transit website, which is calaverastransit.com, and always information is always popping up on the Calaveras Transit Facebook page. So the highlights of the new system: increased frequency on the main line between Valley Springs and Angels Camp. That'll be 9 times a day. 6 times will be extending to Columbia College. That will improve opportunities for Calaveras residents to attend classes. Like I said, improve connectivity between the routes. So there'll be, to keep it efficient, there'll be a lot of on-demand elements to this, where people will have to call the office the day before to tell them that they're going to need the ride. What was Route 2 to West Point Railroad is separated, and there'll be a daily bus between Mountain Ranch, San Andreas, Jackson. Like I said, those were the high-demand routes. West Point, we want to keep service to West Point. We're changing how it's going to be run. Reduce it to 2 days a week, but more trips, so, and better connectivity. So people will learn, you make your appointments, make your plans for Mondays and Wednesdays, but you can go in the morning, come back midday. It won't have to be a long, drawn-out day now, as it is now, where you go down early. With the exception of the evening bus from San Andreas to West Point, that will be available daily. A lot of our young people involved in after-school activities use that bus, and we will keep that service available. It will be on demand, so we need to make a call for that. And I anticipate working with the schools on that, with the Calaveras High School, so that they know coaches and drama leaders can call transit and say, yeah, we're going to have 3 kids. Then I spoke to the woman who runs the mentoring, the youth mentoring program. She says she has students. She can tell us right now the dates that they need the bus to be available. And we can do that, and that will eliminate that empty bus going up the hill for no good reason.
Yeah, I got a question there.
Yeah.
Did you talk to any of the community in West Point about the desire to go over to Amador from West Point, instead of coming down to Jackson?
They did tell me that they wanted to go up to 88 over that way.
Because that's what happens, that's where a lot of the people...
Yeah, we couldn't, there were requests that we could not fulfill in this program. We had limited budget, and we are keeping within that. That was one of them. Another one was more evening routes to Columbia or from here to take people that are in evening activities. Those are places where lines got drawn.
Sorry, did you talk to the Amador Transit about, their plans for?
Well, more progress. We did send them this for their review, but I haven't spoken to them about, there are some potentials there for them coming over here and for better connections with them, yeah. And Tuolumne Transit, they're all reviewing our plan. Tuolumne Transit has it posted on their website. Working with San Joaquin RTD because we use their bus stops for our Delta Gold Line. There's a lot of pieces to this. It was a big jigsaw puzzle. Cynthia Lawrence, the general manager of Paratransit Services, our transit operator, she put together the pieces for the most efficient bus movements, driver schedules, breaks, and with a starting point for her in figuring it out was certain places that we want to serve. The ARC, we have regular riders from the ARC. We have riders from Calaveras that go to Jackson to attend this day program at Compass. And those were starting points for figuring out the times.
What is what role does the Rancheria in Jackson play?
No, none. Do you think they would like to play a role?
I think you could do some outreach to them, see, because they're really big players in Amber County especially.
Do you have a contact there? Do you know?
No.
Rich Hoffman?
Well, right, yeah, I know. Yeah, but I don't know I don't know, but I know that they have some buses running around Amber County occasionally. And I don't know if those are just small vans and stuff, but I don't know. It's worth it was an idea that was floated to me by members of the public, so I'm just communicating that. And I don't know if it's a reasonable thing, but I know that, a lot of people go there.
Well, people go there, and it's, I think, similar to what we need to have happen for the Saturday Hopper. We need to develop partnerships with some of the people that run the destinations, have them kick in some effort towards getting their clients.
I would definitely see them as being, active partners rather than passive partners.
Okay.
Any other board comments or questions?
So right now, this is an introduction?
This is an introduction. It needs to be approved at a public hearing. Mm-hmm. So 4 weeks from now, January 10th, we'll hold a public hearing. In the meantime, we'll have hopefully received some input, people review and see if there's, if everybody loves it, if there's nothing that needs changing, the earliest we could implement it would be March 1st. That'll give us some time to get some materials together and some publicity and such. But if there's, depending on the changes that we need to make, or if there's anybody discovers any errors or discrepancies, things that don't work, it might take some time. One thing affects the other.
Thank you.
One of the things, can you just clarify or remind me, but is there an app that goes onto a phone to look at the schedule and see
There
where you
is.
are?
There's millions of them, and I need to get it together to put out an RFP to get some smart, yes, that's going to be so much more important, too, when we have all these on-demand but I think we'll get there. We'll catch up.
I see that as just the critical future, and especially, so many of our young people,
it's the
that's all
present.
they live off of, so I think that would be most helpful.
Yeah, good point. Any public comments? Okay. Do we need to vote on this?
Informational.
No, it's an action item.
To set the public hearing.
Oh, that's right.
I guess I will entertain a motion.
Second plan is.
So I'll make a motion to introduce the new transit service plan, release for public review, and set the public hearing for January 10th, 2017.
I'll second that.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item 23 is also from the Public Works Department to authorize the board chair to execute an agreement for acquisition of property in the amount of $8,950 for permanent right-of-way easement between Calaveras County and Harry William Lewinsky and Catherine Thompson for the Stagecoach Road Low Water Crossing Replacement Project, BRLO-5930-039.
Thank you. Jeff Kravitz, Public Works. This project replaces an existing low water crossing in the Diamond 20 subdivision with a bridge. It is funded through the Highway Bridge Program. The local match, which is normally about 11.4% of eligible cost, is 100% paid for by toll credits. So this is 100% funded. This is likely to be one of the last low water crossing projects being replaced by a bridge in the county since Caltrans has stopped funding low water crossings to bridge. We may be able to get one more in. I don't know. We're working on that right now with local assistance. This project has cleared CEQA and NEPA, and design is at about 95 or 100%, very close to complete. We have gone through 2 of the 3 right-of-way negotiations for acquisition of easements or small pieces of property. We were given an initial budget by this Board of Supervisors, I think a year and a half ago, or a little more than that, of $15,000. This last piece is more expensive than we would have liked, but it is still within the budget that was set for us by the Board of Supervisors. And as it is a real property agreement, we need approval by the board. So, questions on this item?
Questions?
I'm good.
No, but I'm just so thankful for this project. It's been years in the making.
They take a long time,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
All right, any public comments? Bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve.
Second. Go ahead.
Okay, motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item 24 is from the Planning Department to approve an ordinance changing the zoning from R3-PD multifamily residential plan development to C2 general commercial for APN 042-015-029 located at 10 Main Street, San Andreas, owned by Earl and Raylyn Winkler, file number 2016-1098.
Good afternoon, Peter Maurer, Planning Department. This is really just a cleanup ordinance amendment. Mapping error that was made back in 1982 was somehow discovered by my staff, and like, why do we have multifamily zoning in an existing commercial building surrounded by commercial zoned property in the middle of downtown San Andreas? So this project we determined to be exempt from CEQA. The Planning Commission reviewed it about a month ago and unanimously recommended approval, and we recommend that you adopt the ordinance making the zone change correction. Any questions?
No questions.
Any public comments? Bring it back to the board. Entertain a motion?
So move.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. We are down to, done my math correctly, supervisor announcements. So we all know what supervisor announcements are. But if Diane would like to read the thing, then she can.
Board member announcements in compliance with AB 1234, Chapter of Government Code Section 53232.3D. This is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
I'll start. For the month of December, the Child Support Agency has canceled their meeting for the month of December as there were no critical agenda items. Tomorrow, I will be attending the Mountain Valley EMS meeting at Copperopolis at 9 a.m. And originally, I did not think I was going to be available on December 27 for the special meeting, but it looks like I will be at this point.
All right.
I was fortunate enough to attend the CSAC convention in Palm Springs as a representative from Calaveras County. I would like to have a more detailed report out when I left my notes at home today, but just briefly.
Well, you can come back on the 27th and give it then.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Just briefly, the topic of discussion down there seemed to be Proposition 64, marijuana issues, also transportation issues as related throughout the state regarding our roadways, things of that sort. I attended some great workshops, the Rural County Caucus, which we are proud to be a member of. We elected new officials for that particular caucus. I was in the running for the executive board, but I withdrew to see what we're going to be facing this year in our own board. So the information provided was very general as far as what the state sees in Proposition 64 and what it means to the counties. I did attend a workshop dealing specifically with the marijuana issues, ordinances, and as a general consensus, those counties throughout the state that have chose to ban originally are now looking at some type of modified ordinance pending the Prop 64 decision. There's a lot of questions on how we're going to address that on a CSAC level. But keep in mind that they're dealing with three different types of counties there. They're dealing with a rural county, such as Calaveras, dealing with the urban counties, which is your populated city areas, and your suburbans, your bedroom communities, if you will. It looks like there's going to be some movement in regulation for those counties that decided to ban totally previously back in March. And the movement looks like to deal with the anticipated problems of Prop 64. We don't know what those are going to be yet, but I can honestly say generally all counties are already taking a good look. And I must say that Calaveras had the distinct honor of being the spotlighted county. Everybody waiting to see what we're doing. So we'll give an answer probably in about 4 or 5 months. We'll see. I did attend, I did attend the Child Support Committee with Supervisor Ponte, and she's correct, there's no meeting in December. I will be attending the Commission, Area 12 Commission on Aging on Thursday in Jackson as the alternate position. I got a request from the executive director to attend that, and I'd like to invite Supervisor, okay, and there was some concern of, no offense, throwing our new supervisor into a situation that he had no background in. But we can do that. Fine.
What day would that be?
That's Thursday, 10 o'clock, Jackson Rancheria. It'll last till about 1 o'clock. Look forward to our meeting on the 27th. I know it's going to be a short meeting, and I'll be prepared to give a pretty detailed CSAC readout on that because it's involved.
Good. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Segala. On Thursday evening, I am tentatively scheduled, if I can get out of the meeting quick enough, to be on the Taxpayer TV show. The invitation was made today, so I took you up on that. And I did attend a very, very new concept, and it's called the Mountain Valley Water Association's meeting. This is the very first organization meeting that was held. I attended with Supervisor-elect Dennis Mills. We had representation there from all agencies. Congressman Clintock was there. We had representation from Assemblyman Bigelow's office and also from Barry Hill's office. Additionally, we had new elected assemblymen throughout the state there. We had supervisors from all the surrounding counties on the Mountain Valley area coming all the way down past San Joaquin. It was a great 2 to 3 hour session. It's left with meeting in February, I believe, to formalize an actual committee, if you will. And we will be looking for support from our county to join that organization once it's formalized. It controls the waters both on the McCollum and the Stanislaus, and as it comes down through the valley there. So everybody's a shareholder in that, and it looks like it's going to be very, very exciting once this project gets on its feet. So, thank you.
Well, I was at public TV on December 7th. I was on public TV on December 7th. And the only other day I had to be on was the first day of winter, so it wasn't very bright. So I don't think I'd embarrass anybody here and stuff, but it was all right. And I'd like to thank all you guys for making me feel welcome here today, too.
Oh, it's your first day. Don't worry, we'll get you.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I do have one other announcement.
That's too bad.
No, this is a good one. This is a good one. Yesterday, I did attend the state Governor's Task Force on Tree Mortality, and the first of the SRA grants, the special rural tax that we all pay, the fire tax, if you will, and the monies provided by the state, Caltrans and, not Caltrans, I'm sorry, Cal Fire, and the state $5 million contribution for a total of 11, close to $16 million. There were 219 applications submitted with requested funding of nearly $29 million. The maximum grant award would be $200,000. And unfortunately, Calaveras County application was delayed and wasn't considered because it didn't meet the timeline to be submitted by an hour, I understand. But the good news is that Calaveras County entities received $866,722 for tree mortality removal. They're broken down by the counties the entities. Calaveras Foothill Fire Safe Council requested and got $199,192. The McCollum Hill Sanitary District, they received $155,960. The Utica Water Power and Authority submitted 2 grants, one for 113. That did not make the award table. But their second submission from the Utica Water and Power Authority got $199,580. And up in Supervisor Wright's area, the Calaveras Healthy Forest Impact Products, the CHIPS program, received $200,000. So we figured that was a pretty good showing for Calaveras County, seeing that there was $29 million requested, $16 million allocated, and that was amongst all the counties in the high-risk area, things of that sort. But that shows that our presence, our voices are being heard. I hope to continue that with our new board. We need to make sure that when we speak, people listen. And the people that need to listen are the people making decisions. So I will continue to make Calaveras County known in those circles. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, that's good news.
It is.
Something a lot of us in the county have been working on the last couple of years, so it's good to see at least some money coming this way. And the next board, I hope, will continue that, and also I hope that you will, once again, bring up the question of, funding private property owners who have, hazard trees that are going to fall on their house and can't afford to pay, because the state is really reluctant to give much money towards that. So
that is the general consensus of the county represented on the Governor's Task Force. Is great. We've got our public lots taken care of. What about private lots?
Yeah,
That's a continual process.
Yeah, but it's good news. And it's been fun, guys. It's been a good 4 years. This is my last meeting. And so I will see you guys out in the field. And with that, unless you'd like to say something?
No, I'll be here for the next meeting.
So I just wanted to remind everyone that anyone who's applying for a vacancy for next year on any citizen board, committee, and commission, the deadline for applications that will be considered at the January 10th meeting is this Friday. So I need to have your applications in my hand by this Friday, December 16th, in order for them to be considered on January 10th. Anything that's received subsequent to that date will be considered at a later Board of Supervisors meeting in 2017.
Thank you. All right. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you for coming, folks. Let's say we're going to be